From Midtown to the 161st Street Station in the Bronx and the new Yankee Stadium. A sellout crowd is again expected as the Yankees try to clinch the American League East against their bitter rival, the Red Sox. The series began Friday. Jabba Chamberlain got his first win since August 6 with 6 innings. Alex Rodriguez, 3 for 3, 4 batted in, including a 2-run homer, and he equaled a career record with 3 steals. Yesterday, CC Sabathia was dominant. 7 innings, no runs, only 1 hit allowed. Robinson Cano in the 6th inning broke a 0-0 tie with his opposite field home run. And then Mariano Rivera, as he's done so many times, came on to finish it. Now the Yankees go for a sweep and an Eastern Division crown next.
This one is gone.
It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. The tarp is covering the infield at Yankee Stadium. We've had rain from last night and through the morning and into the early afternoon, and we are going to be delayed in getting this ball game started. The Boston Red Sox in second place, the New York Yankees in first place in the American League East. Earlier, they took the tarp off the field and got all of the standing water off that, and then the grounds crew did its job. Meanwhile, Tim Welke, the crew chief of the umpires, were chatting with manager Terry Francona of the Red Sox a little while ago, perhaps giving him an idea as to when we might get this ball game started. The forecast is that the rain is soon to leave, and we should be able to get the ball game underway before too much longer. In the American League East, the Yankees with 99 wins, the best record in baseball, and with a win today, they will clinch the Eastern Division title at the expense of the Red Sox. The Red Sox, meanwhile, in the wild card division, have their own big lead. Their magic number to clinch over the Texas Rangers is down to 3. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Steve Phillips and Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. And for the first time in 20 years, Sunday Night Baseball on Sunday afternoon. Although the division title has seemed inevitable for a few weeks now, the champagne is on ice today, and the Yankees are hoping to celebrate at the expense of their bitter rivals, the Red Sox, this afternoon. Now, while their pitching has been much improved lately, the prolific offense is still the signature of this Yankee ball club. And, Joe, a pitcher is in trouble right away. Derek Jeter leads off, then the power comes up, and once you're into that power, you stay in it for a long, long time.
Well, John, when you're talking about the Yankee offense, you can start anywhere. You can start at the top with Derek Jeter, hitting .332, over 200 hits. You can jump down to Mark Teixeira. He leads the American League with 119 runs batted in, and he's second in home runs with 37. Or you can jump down to the 7th spot, and Robinson Cano is having another excellent season. 199 hits, he'll go over 200. He'll have 24 home runs and 80 RBIs, so they're having an excellent season. But the entire starting lineup of the Yankees is having an excellent season. But you have to wonder, would all this have happened without the addition of A-Rod? If A-Rod would not have been able to come back this year. When Alex Rodriguez returned on May 8th, the Yankees were 13-15. Since he's been back, they've gone 86-41. He's hit 28 home runs and drove in 93 runs. He won't win the American League Most Valuable Player this year, but I think he has been the most important player in the American League this year. And when you look at this Yankee offense and they go to the postseason, anyone that they play is going to have a tough time shutting them down.
All right, so just to recap, A-Rod, no MVP, but the MIP. That's a newly
Joe Morgan.
Award. Yeah,
from
Thanks,
Joe Morgan.
I like it. The MIP award. Now, the Red Sox lineup, Steve. It's deep. It's diverse. They've got speed and bat control to the top with Jacoby Ellsbury, the great base stealer, and Dustin Pedroia, the MVP in the league last year. They've got plenty of power after that. A lot more power, in fact, since David Ortiz got it going back in early June.
Well, there's a saying in baseball that the season is not a sprint, It's a marathon, and that's the good news for David Ortiz. Go back to June 5th of this year. Ortiz hitting 188, 1 home run, and 20 RBIs. He was struggling. There was talk that he was done. The knee injuries of the past have sapped him of his power. His wrist injury from last year was still there, and it took away his ability to drive the ball. But since that time, since June 6th, you see the numbers. 26 home runs, the most in the American League, the 73-plus RBIs, driving in the runs, and he's turned his season around. And then ultimately, for the Boston Red Sox, they have a good lineup without David Ortiz producing. But he takes them from good to great. And the difference is this. In games in which David Ortiz has hit a home run, the Boston Red Sox are 22-3. As they head to October, and they're ultimately going to get there, great is going to be important. And David Ortiz has been great in the past, and they need him to continue to be great again.
So we've got Big Papi, we've got A-Rod, we've got outstanding players on both sides. Of course, it's the Yankees-Red Sox. A lot of great players. Andy Pettitte, who's had a great postseason record in his career, will be on the mound for the Yankees up against veteran Paul Bird. But for now, no sign of the ground crew. The tarp still covers the infield. We are delayed. Red Sox-Yankees hopefully starting soon. But now, here's Carl Ravitch. Red Sox and Yankees a little bit later than scheduled, but about ready to play ball nonetheless on a wet New York Sunday afternoon. The Yankees have won each of the first 2 games of this series. On Friday night, it was Jabba Chamberlain who took the hill, and his best outing in a long while. His first win since August 6th. And a great night for A-Rod, who was 3 for 3, including a 2-run homer, 4 batted in, and he also equaled a career record with 3 stolen bases. Yesterday, it was CC Sabathia, his 19th win, 7 innings. He was dominant, only 1 hit allowed, no runs. That home run by Robinson Cano put the Yankees ahead. Then Mariano Rivera finished off the Sox 3-0 Yankees yesterday. So now, as a result of those 2 wins, the Yankees are top the East by 7.5 over Boston, and they can clinch the division title outright. The champagne is on ice as we speak, deep within the bowels of the new Yankee Stadium, hoping for a celebration today. The Red Sox, meanwhile, have a very big lead over Texas in the wild card division, and the Red Sox are also closing in on an October berth officially. Both ball clubs looking pretty strong for October baseball, without question. And the Yankees just about ready to take the field. Alex Rodriguez ready to go. And the field here drains beautifully. They can take up to 10 inches of rain per hour. And once the rain goes away, the outfield should be perfectly fine and with firm footing. Nonetheless, Johnny Damon is missing from the Yankees batting order today because of the wet conditions. They're very protective of Johnny Damon. He's had a very healthy season up till now. And manager Joe Girardi does not want to tinker with that in terms of Damon, who's such a critical man in that lineup, hitting behind Derek Jeter in the ordinary Yankee lineup. Brett Gardner will be in the number 2 spot today, just back of Jeter. And there's Joe Girardi, whose first year did not go that well. The Yankees did not make the postseason, the first time in Derek Jeter's career that there was no postseason for the Yankees. But now they are poised to win the division title. They know they're playing in October. The question is, which team will they be playing? And which pitcher will go after CC Sabathia? Will it be the veteran Andy Pettitte, who's been there so many times before? Or will it be the new gunslinger in town, A.J. Burnett, acquired during the offseason? Jeter heads out. The Yankees head out. And the Yankees and Red Sox ready for baseball here at Yankee Stadium. And for the Boston Red Sox, another 90-win season, and that's the 5th time that Terry Francona has led his ball club to at least 90 wins, and no Red Sox manager in history has ever done that. Let's take a look at the batting order turned in by Terry Francona, presented by Taco Bell. It'll be Jacoby Ellsbury, leads the league in steals. He's in center field. Then Dustin Pedroia, MVP last year, having a very fine year this year at second base. Jason Bay, the big home run and RBI man for the Sox this year. Kevin Youkilis at first base, also a key hitter in that lineup. David Ortiz, he's been crushing it since early June. Mike Lowell, veteran at third base, a fine RBI man. J.D. Drew has come on the last several weeks after a slow start, hit with injuries. Jason Varitek, the veteran catcher, back in the lineup. And it will be Alex Gonzalez, acquired during the season, and he has really helped solidify shortstop for the Red Sox. All up against veteran left-hander Andy Pettitte of the Yankees.
Now 37-year-old veteran Andy Pettitte, 13-7 record, 4.15 ERA, but since the All-Star break, pitches some of his best baseball, a 5-2 record, 3.17. Now the start prior to his last, they skipped over Andy Pettitte, some arm fatigue. He came back last time out, gave up a couple runs early, then settled himself down a little bit to get back on track. Joe Girardi said that the key to look for is command of his pitches as they go along. You look at his career against the Red Sox, he's pitched the season, so to speak, against the Boston Red Sox. 35 games started with great success. He's had a lot of success against right-hand hitters this year with that cutter in on the hand. So Andy Pettitte really getting himself ready to help clinch it for the Yankees and get ready for postseason baseball.
And here comes Jacoby Ellsbury. And we are just about ready for the Yankees and Red Sox, their final matchup in the regular season here in 2009. Ellsbury with 66 steals leads the major leagues in that category. He got a .352 on-base average. And Ellsbury, the igniter at the top of the order. Oddly enough, only 89 runs scored. And with all of that speed and ability to get on base, I would have thought already well over 100. But it is Pedroia who still is the big run scorer for the Red Sox. Pedroia has scored 110 runs, among the leaders in the league. There's Pedroia coming up second in the inning. So Andy Pettitte with the first pitch of the day, just a bit below the knees, ball one. So just about a 1 hour delay at 2:08 Eastern Daylight Time. We have begun at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte with that familiar stare from beneath the bill of his cap, and that does catch the knees on the outside. 89 miles an hour for a called strike. We've had lots of rain in New York beginning last night and through the morning and into the afternoon, but right now very pleasant 65 degrees. The forecast is for more light rain to come, but most of the rain is gone now. And if there's any rain right now, it's just a light mist falling at Yankee Stadium.
John, a lot of mystery around both teams here as we approach the playoffs.
Shallow center. Gardner in a hurry. He gets there with the dive, and Ellsbury is retired.
I think that dive was more of a protection, John, because of the wet field and not wanting to try to stop that quickly. He gets to make sure that he's under control. And now watch, he kind of slides there. You see, he slides. He's already got the ball. He wants to make sure that he doesn't injure himself on the wet turf out there by trying to slide and stop.
Looks good. Also, you can make web gems when you make a sliding catch like that.
But I was talking about the mystery.
As Pedroia comes up now, and a fastball on the outside for a called strike.
Surrounding both teams, when we talk about who's going to start the playoffs for these teams, you ask the Yankees. We know Sabathia is going to start the first game. We do not know who's going to start the second game.
The bunt, and that's foul.
And for the Red Sox, we know Beckett will start the first game, but we do not know what's the condition of John Lester's knee or who's going to start the second game there because of, Tim Wakefield struggling and, with back problems and back issues. And then you go to the Yankees, you don't know if they want Pettitte out there because of his experience, or they're going to go with A.J. Burnett. We don't know if they're going to take the longer series so they don't need but 3 starters as opposed to 4 if you take the short series. So it's amazing what has been decided after this longer season, but what hasn't been decided about this pitching.
There is Cano from shallow right, and he throws out Pedroia. Cano, as always, gliding across the field, very smooth.
He is. John, this Yankee defense is a lot better than what I thought it was going to be at the beginning of the year. Cabrera has played center field. Most of the time, Gardner's in center field tonight, and Swisher's done a great job in right field. But I was really surprised, and I think one reason that this infield is so much better is Robinson Cano has really improved himself, and Mark Teixeira makes it better, and we see Molina behind the plate. But Teixeira has made this infield better just by his presence.
Jason Bay, the hitter, 265 average, but 36 homers and 115 runs batted in. And that is just below the knees, 2-0.
And here's one of the things we've seen Cano improve upon is the ground balls and the feed to second base. But he goes in the hole and takes this ball and throws to first base.
There's a ball down the right field line. Giving chase is Swisher. And he'll have to go pick it up in a puddle. And Bay is into second base with his 28th double of the years. 3rd in the league in home runs and 2nd in RBIs at the start of the day.
A good piece of hitting by Jason Bay there. We don't often see that. Jason Bay is more of a guy who tries to hook the ball on the outside part of the plate. The Green Monster in Fenway's kind of played into his swing a little bit. He's kind of tailored that swing. But you see the fastball away. Jason Bay does a nice job just going back the other way. Lets the ball get deep in the zone. Doesn't try to hook the ball. Drives it down the right field line and puts himself in scoring position for Kevin Youkilis.
So Bay at second gets his lead as Kevin Youkilis, who has been great this year with runners in scoring position. And that's a strike call on the outside. Youkilis is hitting .351 for the year with runners in scoring position. One of the best figures in the American League in that category. A clutch category. Youkilis overall a .951 ops, which is stellar, all-star like. 0-1 the count. And the curveball is a little bit low. Holding at second is Bay. 1 ball and 1 strike. Youkilis in the last 2 years has the 2nd highest batting average in Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position, which we find second base or third base or either one. Joe Mauer of the Twins, the only one better than him in that 2-year stretch. Sometimes the guys are great in that category one year and not so good the next.
That's exactly right.
But he has been outstanding in these kind of spots for 2 straight years.
And what's amazing to me, John, is when you look at it, he has 87 runs batted in. I know he's missed a few games, but he's played in 129 games. And you look at David Ortiz, and he had this horrible start, but he has 94 RBI. And you know that Pedroia and, of course, Ellsbury has been getting on base. So I'm a little surprised at that number, because you look at Jason Bay with 115 runs batted in. You know, and Victor Martinez in both places, of course, Boston and Cleveland, he has 102. So I was kind of interested in the fact that he has hit well with running in scoring position, which tells you that he hasn't had as many as the other players have.
It's another one of those mysteries.
Yeah, a lot of mysteries around these two teams. But one of the reasons there, I guess, is because he hadn't always hit third, either. Now he's hit down in the order some places.
This did not appear to be a mystery. Andy Pettitte ends up pitching around the right-handed hitter who's so good in the clutch to go after Big Papi, a left-handed hitter who has not really had much success against Pettitte.
Well, at least not home run success. Only 1 home run in his career against Andy Pettitte, but hitting .375 in his career. And David Ortiz, we talked about the slow start at the beginning of the season, but he has turned things around right now and hitting for power, picking up some RBIs as well.
A called strike to Ortiz. 2 men on, but 2 men out here in the first. Now, Andy Pettitte, I think the Yankees are very interested, more than than you might ordinarily associate with a start, in how Pettitte does today, because they are trying to weigh where he might slot in the postseason. They also shut him down for a start. This is his 2nd start since then. And he had a little more success his last one than he'd been having before that.
Well, his last time out, though, the first inning, he gave up a couple runs. It just wasn't real sharp. Now, as the game went along, he got a little bit more comfortable. And, he's nibbling a little bit right here. It doesn't look like he's being real aggressive in the zone early on. Although, you have to give Jason Bay credit. Jason Bay going the other way. He has only 18 hits now to right field on the season. 84 hits to left field. So he's a dead pull hitter typically, but goes the other way and finds himself in scoring position.
In the dirt, and now he finds himself at third base, and Youkilis over to second base, as Jose Molina was not able to block that one.
He tried to backhand that ball in the dirt and try to catch it instead of keeping it in front and blocking it. Now a single could possibly score 2 runs here, with Youkilis advancing to second base and Bay to third. You see the ball down in the dirt. He just tries to catch that, doesn't try to block that ball at all, and that's either really trusting your hands a lot or being a little bit lazy in that situation.
So now runners at second and third. Pettitte will work from the windup. 2-1. High and tight. That bends him back. 3-1 with Mike Lowell, a right-handed hitter, on deck.
And a good right-handed hitter and a good RBI man. So I think he's going to try to go after Ortiz. This is not pitching around him. He's just trying to make sure when he throws the fastball, it's on the inner part of the plate and the slider or the cutter away.
And he ends up walking it, and the bases are loaded. He's walked 2 in a row after the double by Bay. So Lowell will come up with a chance to do some damage now. 3 men on with 2 men out.
I think you really look at how far Andy Pettitte is missing his target by. Jose Molina setting up away in this situation, and he comes really up and in to David Ortiz. And it's one thing to miss your spot, but when you miss that badly, you're setting yourself up for the long ball.
And the K-Zone presented by Ford. So here is Lowell. And that is too low on the outside with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Lowell is hitting .315 with runners in scoring position, and he's on a 100 RBI season's pace in his last 32 games. 3 men on. That is low and in. 2-0 the count with Bay at third, Youkilis at second, Ortiz at first. Now, things started beautifully for Pettitte. He got Ellsbury and Pedroia through only 7 pitches to get the 2 of them. He has not retired anybody since, and has thrown 15 pitches since then. 2-0. He got the call. He got that low call, and it's 2-1 from Chad Fairchild, who is the plate umpire.
Well, when Girardi talked to me today, he basically said that the only thing he saw different from Pettitte was his control. He thought that he was back as far as throwing the ball, but his control was off. In fact, we kind of Steve mentioned that
the inside edge had him throwing 86 miles an hour, and Girardi said that was inaccurate because he was up around 88, 89 miles an hour, and that maybe they misread some of the fastball, some of the cutters as being just straight fastballs, and they were not. So he said to me that he thought that he's throwing well. The only problem he sees is his control, and obviously we're seeing an example of that here after the first two hitters.
Well, his season has been much better since the All-Star break overall. We've got a big pitch now with 3 men on, 2-2 the count to Lowell. Off Pettit. A-Rod juggles, and everybody's safe. Scoring is Bay, and it is 1-0. And the question is, how is Andy Pettit?
Well, the ball hit him hard, and he's flexing his, looked like it was his left leg he was flexing. And A-Rod actually had a chance to make the play, but he bobbled it, and Lowell was safe at first. Remember, Mike Lowell's not running well because of off-season hip surgery, so he had a chance to get him, but that ball was hit right back through the middle. Looked like a fastball pretty much middle out, and he hit it off of his foot.
Didn't look like he got any glove on it at all, and he really cringed when that ball hit him. The look on his face as the ball comes right back up the middle, and just couldn't react quickly enough. It looked like right on his right foot, I guess it looked like, as it kicked away, and Alex Rodriguez unable to get a grip on the ball. And that plant leg, his front leg hits off his foot. You can see he didn't really know where that ball was. But take a look at Andy Pettit's face. That line drive coming right back at you, and watch the reaction. Now, it didn't look like it hurt as much as I thought. That was more of a look for where is the ball. So he doesn't look like he's in terrible pain right there.
Gene Monahan, the veteran Yankee trainer, along with manager Joe Girardi, out to make sure Pettit's okay, and apparently he is, or at least be convinced him that he is. The batter will be J.D. Drew with the bases loaded, a run in, an infield hit for Lowell. The ace Boston left-hander John Lester got hit with a line drive just above the knee here on Friday, right to Cano, and just like that the inning is over. The ball hits sharply, and Pettit walks off the mound. We'll keep an eye on him. The Yankees are coming up against Paul Byrd, trailing 1-0. Sunday afternoon, the Yankees won, the Red Sox won. The Yankees coming up with Derek Jeter to lead off against Paul Byrd. And here is the Yankee batting order presented by Taco Bell. Derek Jeter having an outstanding year, over 200 hits at short. Brett Gardner in center, filling in for Johnny Damon. Mark Teixeira, MVP type numbers at first base. Alex Rodriguez, excellent numbers despite missing the first month of the season. Hideki Matsui, the DH, also a big year. Nick Swisher in right field. Robinson Cano at second. Melky Cabrera in left. Jose Molina for Posada, the catcher, batting ninth, all up against veteran right-hander Paul Bird.
And of course, this is a big start because, again, with Tim Wakefield being injured, they don't know what's going to happen as far as the fourth starter. Throws a good fastball, sinker, slider, and a slow curveball. His changeup is pretty straight, but he has a slow curveball. And he has a lot of problems with left-handed hitters. They're hitting .393 against him this year, and they have 6 left-handed hitters in this Yankee lineup to face him.
Yankees have a very versatile batting order. Several switch hitters, 3 of whom are in the lineup today. Lowell, that's a foul ball. Would have been an out, but foul ball was the call. So Jeter with a count of 1 ball and 1 strike.
I was wondering who called that, because it's the home plate umpire's call until the ball passes third base.
The third base umpire is the one I saw make the call.
I saw make the call, and that's why I question it. He's not supposed to make the call unless it passes the bag. Before the bag is the home plate umpire's call.
1-1 the count to Jeter. Base hit to left.
There's a little off-speed hanger.
Take a look at the Boston Red Sox defensively and around the outfield. Jason Bay in left field. Jacoby Ellsbury covers a lot of ground in center field. There's some arguments for him for a Gold Glove award. J.D. Drew in right field. Going around the infield, Mike Lowell, Gold Glover at third base. Alex Gonzalez, a great pickup that's really changed the defense for the Red Sox during the month of August. Dustin Pedroia at second base. Kevin Youkilis at first. And Jason Varitek behind the plate. And I think the key there is, on Friday night, 7 stolen bases for the New York Yankees with Jason Varitek behind the plate. He's had a tough time throwing. Joe Girardi said they're going to take advantage of whatever opportunities we get to run.
So Gardner showing bunt, taking high for ball 1.
And I think he was squaring up, taking a bunt. That's how you help the base stealer if he takes off. If you square around the bunt, the catcher can't come out of there too quickly because you have to pull the ball, your bat back.
Brett Gardner, 279. He missed a good deal of time with a thumb injury. That ball, again, he showed bunt and took it inside. So it's 2-0. Derek Jeter, for the 51st game this year, led off the first inning with a base hit for the Yankees. He's done that more often than any other leadoff man in baseball. Jeter, 3rd in the league in batting average, 2nd in the league in hits, and number 1 on the list of hits in the history of the Yankees. He passed the fabled Iron Horse, the Hall of Famer Lou Gehrig, just a little while ago. So Derek Jeter, a great Yankee, and rising on the list among the all-time great Yankees. There's a bunt. Youkilis to Pedroia covering, and Jeter is over to second.
Well, I think the reason that Gardner was bunting there is because of the slowness of the infield and the wet turf out there. I don't think they want to run their hitters, their base runners, in this weather because you can't pull a muscle. Good job by Gardner to get the ball down, but again, 2-0, you might want to hit and run. You might do a lot of different things except for the condition of the field. And I just think they don't want Jeter running too much because obviously they want Jeter healthy for the playoffs.
Even if you don't run him, you got a 2-0 count with a left-handed hitter. Lefty's hitting .393. I would take it off on the 2-0 and maybe give a chance to swing the bat right there.
Derek Jeter, even at age 35, has been an excellent base stealer. 30 steals and only caught 5 times.
Well, that's one of the pluses for the Yankees going into the playoffs. People think, well, they hit a lot of home runs. They hit 233 home runs, which lead the league. But they can also steal a base, and Alex Rodriguez stole 3 on Friday, as they stole 7 against Varitek.
Mark Teixeira. We mentioned all of the power in the Yankee lineup. They've hit more home runs than any other team in baseball. They've got 7 players, an all-time Yankee record, 7 players with 20 home runs or more. And Teixeira leads that rather prolific home run parade, 37 home runs. He's also had 119 runs batted in. He's 2nd in the league in home runs, leading the league in RBIs.
And John, that's interesting because Carlos Pena leads the league, and he's got 39 home runs, and he's on the shelf for the rest of the season.
There's a lot of talk about the American League Most Valuable Player award. Certainly Mark Teixeira, strong consideration. Derek Jeter in that mix as well. And you look at their two numbers compared to each other and the differential in RBIs and home run production. And really two different cases to be made for their value.
Knocked down by Youkilis. Bird gets the put out on the throw from Pedroia, and that likely saved a run.
Nice play there by both Pedroia and Bird not to give up on the play. This ball goes off the diving. Look, he dives and knocks it off his glove. That's Youkilis. Now a nice play here by Pedroia leading him because he had to make a perfect throw in order to get him. See, Youkilis, at least he keeps it on the infield. And Pedroia not giving up on it, comes forward, makes a perfect lead, and they retire to Sheriff.
Now A-Rod, 1-0, Boston ahead. Alex Rodriguez, 3 for 3, 4 RBIs, and 3 steals here on Friday. And he takes a called strike. A-Rod, I think he was just bluffing there.
Well, he was trying to tell Mike Lowell come in a little bit, but Mike says, okay, if you want to bunt, go ahead. He's not going to come in. So I think that's exactly what he was doing, just trying to tell him to come in, but Lowell says no way.
From the windup. And over the inside corner with that fastball, 87 miles an hour. It's 0-2 to Alex Rodriguez. Rodriguez, when he had 3 steals on Friday, not only I think was it astounding because he'd had the hip surgery, not running from the times we've seen him as well as in the past, but he had not had 3 steals in a game against anybody in 11 years. The last time he was 23 years old. In an interleague game with the Seattle Mariners, he had 3 steals against San Diego. But he did it against the Red Sox. And Joe Girardi said, hey, they basically had the green light. If you think you can get the steal, go ahead.
Well, I think he's also getting ready for the playoffs. And there are scouts here watching every move that the Yankees and the Red Sox make. And that's another thing to put in the back of their mind, that Alex can still run if he wants to.
0-2 the count. And he fisted it foul.
But I still think we talked about this in the open, he's the most important player on this ball club because he makes everything else go. He really helped Teixeira. Teixeira was struggling until A-Rod came back this year, and everything seemed to take off there. And let's not forget, he's also not just important, but he's also driven in 93 runs and hit 28 home runs, and he missed basically 5 weeks of the season.
It's the first 28 games. 0-2 the count. And he got a piece of that one.
Well, before, they were 13 and 15, and he came back on May 8th, and now they've gone 86 and 41 since that time. But Teixeira, his first 25 games he wasn't doing well, but the last 125, obviously, he has climbed the ladder in the RBI race as well as the home run race.
Teixeira was hitting some homers and driving in some runs before A-Rod came back, but he picked it all up big time upon A-Rod's return as he's gone on strikes this time, and Jeter stranded at third. It's 1-0 Red Sox heading to the second. In the afternoon, presented by Taco Bell. It is 1-0, the Red Sox leading the Yankees as we start the second inning. Still a light mist here at Yankee Stadium. Log on to ESPNBoston.com for all things Boston sports. It's the definitive Boston web destination for everything about the Boston teams. ESPNBoston.com. Also launching tomorrow will be ESPNDallas.com. There's a called strike to Jason Varitek, hitting 8th in the order. Alex Gonzalez to follow, and then leadoff man Jacoby Ellsbury against Andy Pettitte. And since Victor Martinez's arrival, Varitek has really gone into a profound slump as he pops a foul out of play, and the count is 0-2.
It's really, I think, changed the way Terry Francona, the manager for the Red Sox, and Theo Epstein, the general manager, looks at their team as they move into the playoffs. I think that the likelihood is that Jason Varitek gets limited playing time in October, that Victor Martinez as a catcher adds length and depth to their offense.
It's the second year in a row that Varitek has not hit well, although he got off to a pretty good start this year. But as you saw, since the acquisition of Martinez, not that that necessarily had anything to do with it, but he's hitting 124 over 89 at bats in that stretch. As Martinez not in the lineup today. Broken back, base hit to right field. He's back. He's on fire.
Well,
Let's go to the studio now for an update from Kevin Negandhi. Big day for the Twins to beat a guy who's been one of the top pitchers in the American League and in all of baseball this year, Zach Greinke. As Alex Gonzalez pops a foul and back out of play. In the Central Division, got quite a race, and it wasn't, a couple weeks ago, it didn't look like there was any kind of a race at all. But the Twins have come roaring back. They're only 2 games out, and they've got 4 games coming up in Detroit starting tomorrow. Big showdown. That's at the knees for a strike to Gonzalez.
I think the big thing for the Twins is they have to win this game today, because if the Tigers can win and the Twins lose and they go in 3 games behind, I think it's almost impossible to catch them, because you'd have to sweep them in Detroit in order to catch them. And we're running out of games.
Alex Gonzalez fouls one. Gonzalez acquired from Cincinnati back in mid-August, and he really has solidified that shortstop position for the Red Sox, which has been a lot of trouble for them this year. In that Central Division, Twins have 4 at the Tigers, and they've got 3 with the White Sox. The Twins themselves have the games with Kansas City next week, and they see Zach Greinke again next week.
Well, that's the tough draw they have. They have Zach Greinke pitching today on Sunday. Well, his lineup again is to pitch on Friday. Well, you know what? The Minnesota Twins are going to face Zach Greinke again on Friday after that 4-game series against the Tigers, where they're going to see Justin Verlander, Edwin Jackson, and Rick Porcello. So a tough draw, I think, for the Minnesota Twins here down the stretch.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Gonzalez. A-Rod. There's Cano 1 to first. A double play.
Well, when you watch Robinson Cano now, he is so smooth, and we've talked about the difference between he and Pedroia. He glides. He plays like a shortstop. Pedroia plays with little short, quick steps. Nice play by A-Rod. Watch the throw. This is what's important. See how high it is? Gets it up. All he does is flip it, and he's got such a strong, quick arm. That's the impressive thing about Robinson Cano at second base, and he's really worked hard to become a good defensive second baseman, and he is now.
There's a bunt by Ellsbury. And that is going to be a base hit. Great effort by Andy Pettitte, but I don't think there was any way he was going to be able to throw him out on that one.
As a left-handed pitcher, Pettitte kind of falls a little bit toward the third baseline. Remember, he took that line drive back up the middle off of his left foot. So as he follows through, he does a pretty good job centering. But if you get it past the pitcher, as he does right there, you've got a chance to beat it out. Teixeira makes the right decision to stay at the bag. And it's all a foot race right now between Andy Pettitte trying to get over and Jacoby Ellsbury, and that speed down the line. It's tough for anybody in this league to run with Ellsbury.
ended up sort of doing a barrel roll afterward, ending up on his left shoulder. The bat boy came out with a towel for him to sort of tidy up a little bit. Got down in the mud on that one, didn't he?
It's supposed to be easy, I thought. He's taking a line drive off his foot, and he's done a tumble now at first base, and he's the dirtiest guy in the field.
Well, back to Ellsbury, I mean, I think this is the time of the year where I don't blame a guy if he goes ahead and drops that bunt down with 2 outs. Jacoby Ellsbury, of course, can steal a base, but not as likely against Andy Pettitte as it would be against, some other pitchers.
But I think if you're Ellsbury,
yeah,
and you bunt there with 2 outs, it's because you got to steal.
Well, I agree with you,
to steal second.
Well, I don't know if that was his intent. I think his intent was to do what he did. He got a base hit.
He's right at 300.
He came into the game hitting 300 on the nose, and he made an out the first time up. And I say this in all honesty, I don't blame players when you get to this point in the season. It's pretty much set that Boston's going to be in the playoffs, the Yankees are going to be in the playoffs. You automatically start looking at your own statistics, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I mean, from my perspective, I don't blame a guy because he's played all year long, hitting close to 300. He wants to make sure he finishes the season there. Now, if you're playing in a situation where it's not settled and you're not going to make the playoffs, obviously you have to play the game the same way.
Well, parenthetically, there's no way he's stealing a base. On each of those 2 pitches, he was flinching back to first base. He doesn't really have a prayer to steal second base from what we've seen so far.
No doubt, but let me take it even a step further. We're talking about the guys individually thinking about their statistics. Well, guess what? The managers are doing the same thing.
Back to the bag again. Off the glove. And Cano got it. Just in time. The ball kept on the infield by the Gold Glove work of Mark Teixeira, who's one of the best in the game. And then Cano got it back to Teixeira. Pedroia has a hit taken away. Last of the second now. Matsui coming up for the Yankees. It is 1-0 Boston. Of the second here from New York. Monday Night Football on ESPN continues tomorrow night at the new Cowboys Stadium. The Carolina Panthers and the Cowboys kicking off at 8:30 Eastern. Monday Night Football on ESPN. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern. And don't forget to check out Alice, ESPNDallas.com, which kicks off tomorrow. Ball ripped foul by Matsui. Strike 1. For the complete info about the Dallas Cowboys, the Texas Rangers, the Dallas Stars, the Mavericks of the NBA.
Hey, John, why did they have Jerry Jones picture there? Does he play? Yeah. I mean, Jerry is a celebrity as well as his players, and the other players we talked about there in Dallas with the Stars and the Mavericks and all those other teams. Jerry Jones is a star.
Dynamic homers and Martin Cuban as well down there, right?
Well, he wasn't on there.
Matsui with a strike on the outside from Paul Bird. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, see there.
So
look,
this is not from Monday Night Football. This is Dallas, ESPNDallas.com.
Right. That's why I say, look, Jerry Jones on there with the other athletes.
Or with the athletes.
Yeah, with the athletes. You're right. Well, he said he used to play.
Right.
Play what?
Football. He played at Arkansas with Jimmy Johnson. They played together. That's why
You're right.
Yeah, they were friends. Yeah, he played football.
So, like, I played for Bob Bird Insurance?
Yeah. Well, no.
Not quite the same.
No, a little different.
You said, yeah. That is caught by Varitek, and Matsui is retired. All right, he's an athlete. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
What a player. Now let's go to the studio. Here's an update with Kevin Nagandi. Willingham, 24 home runs, not that many at bats either. The Nationals have had a terrible year, but they've got some thunder in that lineup. The National League wild card is Atlanta right there with Colorado now. Florida's still alive, and the Giants are fading fast in the West after being the team that was right there. But in the last 3 weeks or so, the Giants have been stumbling. Nick Swisher, only 3 hits in his last 27 at bats. 1 out, nobody on. Swisher with 1 out here in the second. And the count is 0-2 with Robinson Cano on deck. For 20 years, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, we've been coming to you at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Pacific. But a switch for this ball game, and we'll tell you why here in just a moment. As the big crowd looks on at Yankee Stadium on a cool, wet day. And that's in the dirt. Major League Baseball and ESPN agreed to move today's game from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock so as not to conflict with Yom Kippur, the holiest day on the Jewish calendar. The holiday, also known as the Day of Atonement, starts at sunset and ends at nightfall tomorrow, Monday, September 28th. Commissioner Bud Selig, in announcing the time change back on September the 1st, thanked ESPN for helping resolve this sensitive issue that impacted many baseball fans. So Sunday Night Baseball in the afternoon, and Swisher grounds out to second. Pedroia throws him out 2 down, and now Robinson Cano, the Yankee second baseman, coming up.
And Robinson Cano only needs 1 hit, John, to get 200 for the year, and he and Derek Jeter would be the first double play combination to have 200 hits. Jeter, of course, already has over 200. He started with 206, I think. He got a base hit today, but Cano has 199, and that's quite an accomplishment.
Well, you look around that infield, the whole infield.
It's a great infield, isn't it? Offensive.
Great offensive infield.
And they're all really improved defensively. They've all had some good years. I again thought at the beginning of the year that this was not as nearly as good of an infield as that they've proven to be. They've all played very well, and again, I think Teixeira has really helped, and Cano, with the fact that he has really worked hard.
Joe, there are some making arguments it may be the best infield of all time. I'm not
we're
sure
not going to argue that
point. No, I'm not sure we want to go quite that
I don't
far.
want to go there yet, but I agree with you that it is obviously a great infield. Let's take a look at the numbers. Just this is the offensive side, of course. 119 ribbies for Teixeira, Cano, 80 RBIs, hitting 320, and look at Jeter, 332, 200 plus, and Alex Rodriguez again missing, the first 5 weeks of the season almost, and hit 28 home runs, 93 ribbies. That is an offensive infield, and you didn't even put Posada on there. We didn't even talk about Posada, who's also having an excellent year, behind the plate, defensively as well as, from an offensive standpoint.
You saw just the offensive numbers, but defensively, Mark Teixeira has really been a major asset on the right side of the infield. Robinson Cano much better, and Derek Jeter really improved.
That's up the middle, base hit to center field for Cano.
And that's the
He's
200.
done it.
Yeah, there it is, 200 hits. That's quite an accomplishment.
Now, do you get the ball for your 200th hit?
I would.
Right?
Hey, I would. Well, they're going to have to throw it in anyway because it got wet. And there was the bat boy out there to get it. I think that's an accomplishment. Yeah, they're taking it up to his locker, and you'll have that ball engraved with 200 or whatever, and fans giving him a ovation. There's a change up away, and he just grounds it right back through the middle for a base hit. I mean, he has such great plate coverage. That's one of the reasons he's such a good hitter. Yesterday, there was a fastball tailing off the plate away, and he hit it over the left field wall, which was the only run for most of the ball game yesterday.
There's some great names in Yankee history that have teamed up for 200 hits in the same season, starting with a fabled leadoff man on the Murderers Row Yankees of 1927. Earl Combs and Lou Gehrig both did it in 27. Then Gehrig and Joe DiMaggio did it in 1936 as Cano runs, and he's out.
And Johnny's out because he slid late.
The inning is over. Varitek, who allowed 7 steals here Friday, nails Cano onto the third.
Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, brought to you by Chevy, honoring the spirit of community by supporting the 2009 Roberto Clemente Award.
Jason Bay right down the line. A-Rod from his knee. Too late. It's a base hit for Bay, who hit a double to right his first time and an infield hit this time.
Well, that's more typical of Jason Bay right there, because he tries to get the barrel of the bat out in front. And we saw his first at bat, he went the other way on a sinker away. But this is Jason Bay right there, trying to get the barrel in front most of the time. And that's one of the reasons that he doesn't hit for his higher average. He's easily fooled with breaking pitches because he's trying to get out front
with the barrel. So Bay is safe at first. Now A-Rod's got the mud of Yankee Stadium all over his uni. Here is Youkilis. And it is 0-1.
And when I was talking about Bay trying to hit the barrel out front, I mean, he struck out 157 times, which is a lot, you know, even though when you look at Reynolds and maybe Howard, maybe it's not quite a lot, but that's still a lot of strikeouts.
Kevin Youkilis walked his first time. And he rips one foul into the crowd.
Victor Martinez, the acquisition in the season for the Boston Red Sox, not in the lineup today. We asked Terry Francona about it. Just listen, just a scheduled day off for Martinez in the midst of a 25-game hitting streak. Great acquisition for this Red Sox lineup.
That's into left field, a base hit. So Bay to second, holding, 2 men on with nobody out, and Big Poppy coming up. We got an update now with Kevin Nagandi. All right, thanks, Kevin. Carlos Quentin knocking in the tying run there for the White Sox. That'll be big for the Twins if they could stay no worse than 2 games out going into that big 4-game series in Detroit, because they don't want to have to depend on somebody else once they leave there. If they're 2 games out, they win 3 out of 4, and they're right there.
Right.
But they're tied with them going to the final weekend, and it's anybody's division to take. But if they're still a couple of games out, different story. If they're 3 games out going in, it's almost like they have to just go in and sweep.
I don't know what the pitching rotation is, but Jake Peavy shut Detroit out the other day, so they're going to have to play the White Sox again. I don't know if Ozzie would save Peavy for him.
That was Friday as Big Poppy takes a ball, and it is 2-1 to Ortiz, who walked his first time. And Pettit in a jam here, 2 men on. You see how the Yankees are playing it defensively against Ortiz. Shortstop Jeter pulled over toward the middle.
Not nearly the shift that we normally see against Big Poppy.
And now Pettit's behind him, 3-1 after walking him in the first. He's going to 3-1 this time with Mike Lowell on deck.
Now, Joe, without that big shift we're normally used to seeing, does that tell you something about how they're going to pitch Ortiz? Looks like they're trying to go away with everything.
All right, they always try to come in with the fastball and away with the slider, so I don't think that's as big a reason as the fact that that's the way they wanted to play the defense.
So now the bases are loaded with nobody out, and Boston with visions of a big inning against Pettit as Lowell comes up, who knocked in the first run of the game with a hit off the foot of Andy Pettit in the first inning.
You know, Derek Jeter, one of the questions in the past about him has been his range defensively, and he has not had the kind of range in the past. He worked very hard this offseason on his lateral movement to get that range back again, and he has been improved to a certain degree.
And a foul that will go out of play as he got in on the hands of Lowell that time. 0-1.
Let's take a look, though, at the Kevin Youkilis at bat on his C&I ground ball that got by Derek Jeter. Jeter actually looked like he was standing tall as the ball gets by him. Now, Youkilis kind of hooks that ball there, and Derek kind of upright going after the ball, couldn't quite get to it. It was tough for him to get there all the way, but not really the kind of range that we see maybe from some of the other shortstops in the game, as he's laboring a little bit to get there.
And it's also a slow infield with the wet ground that's not shooting through.
Curveball to Lowell. In there. Strike 2 call.
And Andy hasn't thrown a lot of those curveballs, and I've always felt that's one thing that he should do more of, because guys look hard fastball, hard cut fastball off of him. And he's got a good curveball, but he just doesn't use it a lot.
0-2 the count. This is a possible double play ball. Jeter to second one. Cano to first. Easy double play as Bay comes in to score. Youkilis over to third. Lowell not moving well with that hip, the surgically repaired hip, but it is 2-0 Boston.
And if you watch Cano on this, he knows that Lowell's not running quickly down the line, so he just avoids the base runner. He just gets out of the way of Ortiz, who's not going to put a lot of pressure on him anyway. But watch, he comes across the bag, avoids Ortiz, and he knows that he's going to be able to get Lowell at first. Jeter takes a little more time, comes across the bag, out of the way of the runner. That's pretty right there.
Now, do you think he still actually had his foot on the bag when he had to throw in the glove?
Picky. I mean, I'm just telling you how pretty that was. You could put music. You could add music to that, and you're talking about was he on the bag.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was he was Baryshnikov out there.
Well,
I just wondered if maybe he was so smooth that the umpire perhaps missed that his foot was not actually on the bag when he caught the ball.
Well, I could put a little McCoy Tyner jazz to that, and it would be beautiful. So I don't know about the other stuff you're talking
if
about.
it's that beautiful,
yeah,
close enough.
Leave it alone.
1-1 the count, and that is too low.
Watch this. I mean, little jazz. Look at that. Look how pretty that is, John. And you're trying to put a little pressure on the guy. Look at this.
Just a minor detail that the runner's safe at second base.
I mean, it looks worse in slow motion.
Well, I still thought it looked beautiful. It was very pretty.
I mean, a little poetry in motion. I mean, when I watched in the NFL, they show guys catching passes like that, and that's what it looked like to me. Beautiful.
The double play is one of the great athletic ballets in all of sports.
Right.
The timing to get a double play is generally just so, and you have to be extremely good to do it.
Sometimes you have to use a quick thing like Dave Brubeck or something when he's coming across and make it that quickly. See, that was a little quicker.
Well, Brubeck, nobody would be as quick as Cano was coming off the bag on that one. 2-2 the count. Youkilis at third. Strike three called. J.D. Drew called out on strike, stranding Youkilis at third, and the possible big inning has disappeared. They got just the one. 2-0 Red Sox. The Yankees 2-0. The Yankees with a win today would clinch the Eastern Division title outright. And as Yankee captain Derek Jeter told us yesterday, missing the postseason last year, that was a big deal.
It was pretty disappointing. You know, you have the opportunity to go to the playoffs all those years in a row, and for the first time not to go, it made for a long off season, and I'm happy we don't have to do that this year.
Did you watch the games?
No, I don't watch. No, I have a tough time watching a playoff game. I see some of the highlights, but I can't sit and watch the game.
You know, I think that's interesting, John. A lot of players do not watch the playoffs when they're not involved. They'll watch the highlights, as he said. But I always go back to something. Remember, we started covering Sunday Night Baseball, and then we got to the Yankees winning all those World Championships. I always remember Derek Jeter saying, if we don't win the World Series around here, the year is a failure. And
Melky Cabrera belts one deep into right center. Goodbye. That's the home run porch at the new Yankee Stadium, right center field, and it is 2-1 Red Sox.
When we talked to Girardi today, he said the ball wasn't carrying as well now as it was at the beginning of the season, but it's still a short porch there in right field. And as I said about Cano's line drive yesterday, the ball flies out of here, with the exception, of course, to center field. But that ball, as soon as he hit it, you knew it was a home run. Anything to right field, right center now, and you get it in the air, it's pretty much gone. But that also plays to the Yankees' strength because they're home run hitters, and they have pitchers who are strikeout pitchers.
We mentioned 7 Yankees, an all-time Yankee record, 20 home runs or more. Cabrera is not one of them. That's only his 13th home run of the year.
Well, Jeter has 17. He has an outside chance, of course, to get 20.
Also have 9 players with 50 or more RBIs, 9 with 50 or more runs scored.
Molina popping it foul and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. And more home runs by this Yankee team in this new ballpark than they ever hit in the old ballpark in a single season.
Well, that changeup just sits on the tee right there for a left-handed hitter and says, hit me. Down in the zone and on the inner half. That allows him to keep it fair since it wasn't on the inside corner.
K-Zone brought to you by Ford. There is Pedroia. Molina is out number 1.
It was interesting to look at that pitch in the ultra slow motion is that we saw the changeup. There's certainly a difference in velocity, but there was no real movement on the pitch. The ball kind of stayed up in the zone, didn't have any sink on it. Cabrera stayed behind it, drove it out. That was a line shot out there, and that's going to hurt your hand trying to catch that one. Happy fan goes home with a souvenir.
Well, that's why when we had Pedro Martinez on, we showed the circle change. Those pitches have more movement. The circle changeup. A lot of changeups is just what they say, a straight changeup. So they have to fool you with the speed and nothing else.
That's more the exception now. Most guys who have a good changeup will have a lot of movement on that.
Exactly.
Pitch. Derek Jeter takes ball 1. Jeter hit a base hit his first time. His 206th base hit of the year. Only Ichiro's had more hits in the American League than has Jeter. On the inside corner for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. But Jeter at age 35 came into the game hitting .332, and he's stolen 30 bases, 17 home runs, and he's been the leadoff man all year. That's a new role for him. He's filled that role, but never from the start of the season right through to the end. And he has been sensational in that role. Jeter with a .403 on base percentage.
Well, the reason he's better off, in my opinion, hitting first and Damon hitting second is because Damon can pull the ball in the hole on the right side, and Jeter hits into a lot of double plays. And so you're better off having him hit leadoff and instead of hitting second, trying to move the runner along.
1-2 the count. Just off the outside.
One of the great things I learned from being around Sparky Anderson was that if you use your 27 outs every single day, you're going to be a good offensive team. If you stay away from double plays, you stay away from strikeouts, you stay away from all those things and use your at-bats, you're going to have a good season.
Lowell on the high hop. And Jeter is out number 2.
That's really when we talk about this Yankee lineup being a circular lineup is you have really 9 hitters, especially when Jorge Posada's in the lineup, who can hit for average. They all seem to have power. They have 8 hitters with an OPS over 800. We're talking about the average OPS being in the 740 range. So I mean, they really have power, on base percentage, and really speed as well, allowing them to manufacture runs at times. And Brett Gardner certainly one aspect of that speed component that the Yankees have in their offense.
But I think we still have to say that this ballpark has really helped them to have those numbers.
And there's a strike on the inside.
I mean, this ballpark, again, it's just a short porch and right. It was short in the other ballpark, too, but I think this one plays even smaller than the Yankee Stadium across the street, the old Yankee Stadium.
Well, they have hit 129 here at home now. They've hit 105 on the road in the same number of road games as they've played home games now. They have allowed 100 in this ballpark, and they've only allowed 77 in their road games. So both they and their opponents have hit a lot more home runs in the games at this ballpark than the Yankees and their opponents in all of the Yankees road games. But having said that, that's a lot of home runs that they've hit on the road.
Right.
105 home runs in 78 road games as well. So, but I think that's part of what you're saying.
Yeah.
They are a club that is uniquely qualified to take full advantage of a home run park. And that's all for Gardner. And the inning is over. Melky Cabrera taking a changeup into right center field. The long ball. The Yankees trailing 2-1 as we head to the 4th. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. And from the outfield here at the new Yankee Stadium, beautiful looking ballpark, very grandiose, and at the same time evoking a lot of the feel of the previous Yankee Stadium. And they brought back the frieze or the facade as Spike Lee looks on.
Look at all those numbers and championships and everything on that hat.
Well, I saw 53. That was a Yankee win when they made it 5 straight World Series victories under Casey Stengel. They won from 49 through 53. I saw 62 when they beat the Giants in the World Series. That was in that stretch of in 15 years. They won the World Series 13 times from 49 through 62.
26 World Championships. It's
63.
like Joe Girardi wears number 27. He calls it Mission 27, trying to get that 27th championship.
Varitek, and there is Gardner stepping in front of Cabrera. And Varitek is now 1 for 2. Here's an update with Kevin Nagandi. Well, they've been telling us, scouts keep saying that slider, when it's on, when he's got the good one going, it's just not hittable.
What I see is that he always seems to get it down, John, and guys chase it because it's so hard and they can't see the rotation on it, and they chase that pitch.
Get that slider down. Get down tonight. Left center, Gardner, and Gonzalez is retired. Out number 2. Gonzalez hit a double play ball his first time.
And I think that's a big addition to the Red Sox. You know, they were having trouble at shortstops. Of course, Lowry was hurt. Green been hurt. But this guy can play. Gonzalez was a starter for the Reds a couple of years, and then he injured himself, but he is a good player.
Now, whatever those seats cost, Joe, it's too much, I think. I think you should be able to at least have a chance to see most of the whole field as Ellsbury takes a strike call. They have some monitors there, but you sit close to that wall in center field, that hitter's backdrop. I guess there's a restaurant in there, and you're missing a whole big part of the field from out there. I think there was a little bit of an oversight there.
Well, they're actually getting a chance to watch Sunday Night Baseball in the afternoon on those monitors, so I'm not sure it's such a bad seat.
What you're really saying is they can't see right field.
Or second base or first base.
Yeah. But they can see the pitcher and the catcher.
And a lot of center field. If he's playing a left-handed pull hitter, they can't see the center fielder either. You got to get down a little bit lower to go see. Hi.
And I'm sure those are more expensive. Although they're
back to the screen.
Oh, there's a misnomer, John. They were talking about those $2,600 seats. It's only like the first couple of rows around. It's not like the whole sections and so many seats. There were very few of them. And of course, I think they're making a change in the prices next year.
Because it's really put a crimp in your budget.
Yes. Well, Yankee Stadium, of all places, I know the right people here. Let's put it that way. Some of the other places it does, but here I know the right people.
2-2 the count. And the curve is fouled by Ellsbury, who has flied out and had a bunt single. But anyway, I think the prices, that became what everybody talked about when the park first opened. And maybe it overshadowed a little bit the fact that this is a spectacular ballpark. Yeah. Beautiful venue for baseball that celebrates baseball and the history of the Yankees at the same time. A 3-up and 3-down inning. The first one of the game for Andy Pettitte. He and the Yankees are still right in it. Teixeira, A-Rod, Matsui, the power is coming up. Last of the fourth inning here at Yankee Stadium. Log on to ESPNBoston.com to get everything about Boston sports. Red Sox drive for October. The Patriots, Bruins, Celtics, BC, BU,
Harvard, Northeastern.
The game. It'll all be at Boston.com, ESPNBoston.com. And tomorrow launching will be ESPNDallas.com. That ball hit deep down the right field line by Teixeira, but very much foul into the second deck. 1 ball, 1 strike. Teixeira grounded out to first. He was really robbed of a hit by a diving Kevin Youkilis his first time. Teixeira, who's hit 22 homers in this park, 15 on the road as a Yankee. That curveball is pulled foul, and the count is 1-2.
John, I know you're not a track aficionado, but there's Usain Bolt,
3-time
fastest
Olympic
guy running in track now.
The world's fastest human?
Yeah.
He came looking for stolen bases today. Heard 7 stolen bases on Friday, and he just thought a track meet was breaking out.
John, I want to go back to that Boston.com. They didn't have Bob Kraft on there, the owner of the Patriots. They had Jerry Jones on the Dallas.
John Henry, the owner of the Red Sox.
Yeah, they didn't have those guys on there. But, I mean, you know, they've got, I don't understand that.
A couple of guys wearing masks. Maybe Kraft was wearing a mask that night. 2-2 the count. And a foul off to the right.
I don't know Jerry, but I know Bob, and he's one of the great, great owners in the NFL and one of the great guys.
2-1, the Red Sox lead the Yankees, and Mark Teixeira standing in with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. 37 home runs, 2 behind the league leader, Carlos Pena, the Rays, who's out with an injury. So Teixeira's got a clear field to try and catch him and pass him for the home run championship.
If anything, I hope they tie.
3-2 the count.
The Sabathia hit Carlos Pena on the hand and put him out for the remainder of the season.
Ripped foul. That may hit somebody in the hand down in the seats in right field.
John, I want to finish that point I was making when I was talking about Ellsbury bunting and taking care of, you know, his individual stats. Well, the managers are doing the same thing. When we talked to them today, each one of them said they're playing this like it's a regular season. They're still trying to win their division. And they should send a text and say laughing out loud, because if they were trying to win, say Boston was 1 game and they were really trying to catch the Yankees, then Victor Martinez would be in there, right?
Right.
And if the Yankees were trying to catch Boston and they were, you know, close, then you would have Posada in there and Damon. So they're covering their bases too. So I don't mind some of the players doing it, since they feel like everything is cinched now that they're going to be in the playoffs.
Well, I think there is a difference, though, in the way the two managers are playing it. Is Youkilis grabs that one, and Teixeira is now 0 for 2, and A-Rod will head to the plate. Red Sox, Victor Martinez, a scheduled day off.
Well, that's what I
scheduled
heard.
Day off.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Now,
do you schedule a day off if you're 1 game behind the Yankees?
But Johnny Damon is out.
No.
Johnny Damon is out. Well, this is not what I think you're missing what I'm saying. The Red Sox came into the series with that attitude. Clearly. Which was, we have scheduled day off. We're getting ready for October right now.
Well, then they're not playing it like it's...
Absolutely. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
But the Yankees, it's a different story. Posada is hurting in his, especially from the left side, the neck. He's got a neck problem.
But he can swing from one side.
From one side, yeah. So they're just giving him the day off because they know they're going to be in October anyway. But he's also hurting a little bit. Damon would have played. He was not scheduled for a day off, regardless of the circumstance. But because of the wet field, and he's had some leg problems, especially calf problems in the past. And Joe Girardi said, hey, let's not take any risks with him. He's been healthy pretty much the whole season. Let's not do anything that put him in jeopardy now with October just around the corner.
So you went for the spin is what I'm saying. Because if they were 1 game behind, John, they would be playing. Just take my word for it. That's my belief. If they were 1 game behind the Red Sox, both of those guys would be playing today.
Well, if there was an actual pennant race going on.
Well, yeah, but
of course.
But they're playing it like a pennant race.
But
that's why I was laughing out loud.
It's different to say a scheduled day off. That's very clear that you're getting ready for October. Catching the Yankees, beating the Yankees, keeping them from clinching, whatever, doesn't really matter. What matters is getting ready for October, scheduled day off.
All right, so it's okay. Ellsbury, it's okay for you to bunt. That's what I was saying.
Well, the one thing I'll say is both managers were very reluctant to talk about October.
Right.
They were reluctant to talk about their pitching matchups. They didn't want to talk about what their rosters would look like. They didn't want to talk about whether it was 10 pitchers or 11 pitchers, what their benches would look like. They only wanted to worry about these games and ultimately finish the regular season healthy and then figure out what series they're going to have.
2-2 to A-Rod, and he fouls one back to the screen. He struck out his first time.
Although I'll say that I think Joe Girardi tipped his hand to us that they would choose the series with the extra off day. That they would have the 3 off days in their series because he talked about how it would allow him the flexibility to manage his bullpen and that he'd be able to have all of his players available in Series A with the extra off days. He'd be able to manage his bullpen and have everybody available for all 5 games if it ends up going 5.
There is Alex Gonzalez, and Rodriguez is out number 2. 2 down. Both Teixeira and A-Rod have grounded out here in the 4th inning against Bird, and now another slugger, Hideki Matsui, coming to the plate. 2-1. The Red Sox are leading here. I think the big thing about the days off there is you can use Mariano Rivera, who's always been a key in the postseason. Never has there been a pitcher that the game is over when you bring him in, like Rivera in postseason play. You play game 1, there's a day off for him the next day. So you need 4 or 5 outs, bring him in the 8th inning. Got a day off. Game 2, there's a day off again the next day. It's almost like for Mariano Rivera especially, it's the perfect scenario.
See, I don't like the extra off days. I think you play 162 games using a 25-man roster a certain way. And then you get to the playoffs with the off days and you can change the way the game's played. You don't have to use a 25-man roster. You use your closer in a different way to get more outs. You use your setup man to get additional outs. And it really isn't about the best 25 men. It's about the best impact players in the beginning of the game as starters and at the end of the game as a closer and then as your everyday players.
But I think that is the difference between playoffs, though, Steve.
That ball into deep center field, but playable for Ellsbury. And Matsui goes down. 3 up and 3 down. Now the Red Sox with big hitters coming up. Pedroia, then Bay, then Youkilis. Big Papi due up 4th. 2-1 Boston. Start the 5th inning at Yankee Stadium. I'm John Miller with Hall of Famer Joe Morgan, former New York Mets general manager Steve Phillips. They've got the frieze, or the facade as more commonly known. was with the original Yankee Stadium, opened in the 1920s in the era of Babe Ruth, and they've returned it here to the same spot where it was in the original ballpark with the brand new Yankee Stadium.
John, I wanted to talk, Steve's point is well taken at the best 25 guys. That's over the course of the season. But the playoffs are different. The playoffs are short series. So your objective is to win short series because the first one's 3 out of 5, of course, and then 4 out of 7. Those are short series. So you actually set your team up for that. In the past, when the Yankees were winning World Series, I thought, remember, they didn't have the best record in the league or whatever, but when they got to the playoffs, they were built for the playoffs. And I think that's what you have to do in this day and age. Not only build for the marathon long season, but you have to build for the playoffs, that short series. And therefore, you have to have, is the reason I think the Yankees have been out of the last 3 playoffs in the first round. They did not have a CC Sabathia. They didn't have someone to match up against the number 1 on the other team. Now they're built to have that, and I think that's going to make a difference for them. But the playoffs, and truthfully, to me, that's what makes them more exciting. They're just short series that you have to do something right now. So therefore, you don't use the 25-man roster, but I do understand your point.
I think looking at it from a general manager's perspective, you have such an appreciation for that 25-man and how that 24th, 25th guy play into the mold of what happens in individual games, but it kind of gets eliminated with those off days. But it is a different perspective.
Right. No, I mean, look, you want you want your team to have 25 guys you can count on. But remember now, Joe Torre, all the time he was winning, he would use as fewer number of guys as he could. Coming out of the bullpen, he only I wouldn't say trusted, he only used 3 or 4 guys. Whereas now you may use more with Girardi managing.
Pedroia, and there is Cabrera, and Dustin Pedroia is 0 for 3 in the game. Facing Andy Pettitte here in the 5th inning, 2-1, Boston ahead. Joe Girardi will take the Yankees into the postseason as their manager for the first time. Joe Torre, of course, had that long run of taking the Yankees to the postseason from 1996, the year he came in as the manager, right through 2007, and then he's about to take the Dodgers into the postseason for the 2nd straight year. So the Torre run into the postseason with the Yankees now with the Dodgers is uninterrupted. This will be the 14th consecutive year in the postseason for a Torre-led ball club. And it's 0-1 to Jason Bay, who has doubled to right and singled down the third base side and scored Boston's 2 runs. Bay with Youkilis on deck. There is Gardner, out number 2. One thing Torre always did so very well is if there was a day off, then Mariano Rivera was available for 2 that night. Here's Kevin Nagati with a Sports Center right now. Thanks, Kevin. And there's ball 1 to Kevin Youkilis. 1 ball, 1 strike. Youkilis has walked and singled. 2-1, Boston leading the Yankees. The Yankees with a win today will clinch the Eastern Division title outright. They'll eliminate the Red Sox, who themselves are closing in on eliminating Texas in the wild card division. 22 to count now.
John, I think we have to give the Red Sox a lot of credit because when we came here last time and they were swept by the Yankees, they could have easily kind of folded, but they didn't. And they've had one of the best records in the game since that point. And I don't think Terry Francona ever gets enough credit because he's a quiet guy and he just manages the team. But he's handled a lot of things, the Big Papi problem, all the things he's had to handle. And the Red Sox are closing in on a playoff berth. But when we left here, I said, well, they're not going to make it. But yes, they have bounced back and have played very, very well.
What really worried me was their starting pitching.
Right.
Clay Buchholz has really been, I think, one of the absolute keys to their success. Just when they needed a starter to step up, the youngster got his game together, became consistent.
Strike 3 call. And that makes 8 straight retired by Andy Pettitte. Youkilis didn't like that call. Nick Swisher coming up. 2-1. The Yankees trail. we go to the Yankees half of the fifth inning. They are trailing 2-1. Andy Pettit has settled in now, and suddenly they started to dominate the Red Sox lineup as Nick Swisher backed away just as Bird started his motion there. Apparently got something in his eye.
But Bird has only given the Yankees 3 hits, so he has pitched very well also.
One of those, a home run by Melky Cabrera for the only Yankee run. But that foul ball had Mick Kelleher, the first base coach, looking like he still moves pretty quickly.
I see Paul Bird there. Paul Bird was pitching to his son's 13-year-old travel baseball team this summer, throwing batting practice to him when he got the call to come join the Red Sox organization, and here he is now pitching against the Yankees here down the stretch.
Down the right field line. One hop, fair ball. Drew with the strong arm. Safe at second with a double. Nick Swisher.
Another off-speed pitch up, and Swisher pulls it down into the corner. Well, let's see. Now, this changeup has a little movement on it, not much. But I think Swisher likes the ball more out over the plate than Melky Cabrera does, so that was right where he wanted it. And he hustles into second base because I thought it was going to be a close play because J.D. Drew got the ball very quickly. But good job by Swisher to hustle out of the batter's box and going to second base.
And that view from K-Zone brought to you by Ford. Possible tying run in scoring position. Nobody out. Here's Robinson Cano. He hit a home run to the opposite field yesterday in the 6th inning in a 0-0 game. Daisuke Matsuzaka just recently returned to the Red Sox from the disabled list. Was pitching very well. And Cano hit one very hard just over the left field wall. His 24th home run of the year. Over in right center. Ellsbury. And Swisher's going to try for it. And he makes it. The throw is offline.
I tell you what, they're going to have to check at second base here, I think, because I thought it appeared that he may have left sooner, but now the umpire says no.
I think he just said there's timeout right now, so they're going to, I think.
Well, but I don't think they call timeout. See, time never should stop unless somebody requests timeout, but I think they are going to do it because Dustin Pedroia is still standing at second base, but it appeared to me that he may have left too soon, but I couldn't tell.
Swisher called time and he slid into third to dust himself off afterwards.
Well, Melky Cabrera is coming up, but right at second base now is Pedroia, and they're going to appeal that play at second base. Now he steps off the slab, and he is out. Yeah. He left too soon, just as you surmised, Joe.
Yeah, I thought he left too soon. I was watching. I had a perfect view here of the ball being caught a little bit in right center, and also of Swisher at second base, because I thought he wasn't going to go, and then he went back and he took off just like a split second before Ellsbury caught the ball.
So 2 down and nobody on as Cabrera, who hit a home run his first time, takes a strike.
Well, I thought it was awfully shallow for Swisher to try that on Ellsbury anyway, but he decided to try it, and he tried to cheat. Now, that was cheating, John. See, that's cheating, not second base. What coming across the bag is not cheating, but that's cheating. You cannot leave the bag before the guy catches the ball.
Got to hit the glove of the outfielder, then you can leave the bag. Ripped into right center. That might have tied the game, but he's still been at second. And Cabrera is 2 for 2. Well, let's have a look now and see if, in fact, he did leave too soon.
Well, here's Ellsbury trying to catch the ball. Well,
I think he did not.
Well, when I saw it, I saw the same thing that the umpire saw. Maybe we were deceived by the slow motion. But
well, he started to go, but his foot was still on the bag.
That's what it looks like there if our replay is perfect, which, you know, maybe it's hard to say.
It's perfect.
We tried to. Hey, I put it this way: we tried to get it perfect, so usually we're pretty good about that. But I'm not going to criticize the umpire or myself because I viewed it the same way.
See, he looks like he's going, but it looks like
Well,
the foot's still right on the bag.
on the bag, or was it above the bag? But you're right. I mean, it appeared that it was closer than I thought it was.
So you want us? We should go in on a close-up, extreme close-up of the bag.
Yeah, I'm going to have to because I think that's what we saw.
We saw Swisher yelling out as well as after the base hit from Cabrera because he knows that's a run that could have tied this game up.
Jose Molina, the second of the catching Molina brothers, and his younger brother Yadier will be playing postseason baseball for the National League Central champion Cardinals.
John, I thought you made a good point so people understand. You said when it hits the glove. CP, it's not when he catches it, but once it touches the glove, because if he juggles it or bobbles it, you can continue to run. Because the guy would just bobble it all the way in, and then you couldn't take off. So anytime it hits the glove, you're allowed to go.
Well, I've seen guys score when a ball was in foul territory,
right,
and the outfielder had it hit the glove, they took off, and then he dropped the ball entirely. It's just a foul ball, but the guy was allowed to keep coming. Is that right?
Yeah, you can run. It doesn't count, but you're allowed. Yeah. The point is, if he juggles the ball out there,
foul ground. That's
no,
right.
But if he juggles the ball in the outfield, he juggles it 2 or 3 times while you're running, you're allowed to continue to run. You don't have to wait till he catches it, is the point.
Okay.
Once it touches his glove, you're allowed to run.
The Swisher, all that, his uniform's all caked with mud. That's a little bloop along the right field line. That's falling. It is foul. J.D. Drew and Pedroia gave chase. Drew from right field and Pedroia racing out. Pedroia got way out there on that one from second base.
Molina jammed a little bit on that. He's seen the slider away, then jammed on that one, trying to fight it off a little bit. But now set up again for that slider away from Bird.
I mean, what Swisher should have done, John, is Usain Bolt is here. He should have gotten to a sprinter stance there and get in that sprinter, starting blocks and take off. Just get in that starting block. See, it still appears that he left a split second.
His upper body was moving like he was running, although I think his foot looked like it might still have been on the base.
Well, you and John can say that, but I think his foot was like, this high off the bag. That's what I thought. Now, I mean, that's what the umpire, we saw that. It was about this high off the ground. We can't see that from this camera.
We're 150 yards away. You got good eyes.
Yeah, well, that's what we saw.
You mean and you mean the universal lead?
Yeah, the umpire. Well, it only counts with what he saw.
Listen,
and I agree with
you. You were right. He called it, so you're right.
Yeah, I think he was right. Because I actually thought they were going to actually do it. But what happens sometimes, the umpire will tell you he's okay.
Right center field. Deep. Drew, and that is the inning.
Nice play by Drew to make sure that Ellsbury knew he could get there.
2 hits for the Yankees. 1 man left. Ortiz coming up.
Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated for men. Bud Light, with just the right taste that never fills you up, the difference is drinkability. And Las Vegas. Need a Vegas break? Find your excuse at visitlasvegas.com.
David Ortiz into left center. Melky Cabrera, the left fielder today. And just like that, Big Papi is retired. That's 9 in a row retired by Andy Pettitte. Nick Swisher on an appeal play, called out for leaving second base too soon.
Well, John, for me, the replays are going to be inconclusive, so the call on the field stands. That's the way I view it. I mean, it is very close, but you can see that his heel came up, and maybe that's what Welke saw and called it on that, but I think it was inconclusive. We're going to stay with the call on the field.
Did Girardi get his red flag back out of the dugout that he's out of the field?
Well, he should have.
Like he's still saying, hey, man, I was safe.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, Swisher should know. I mean, he's probably the only one in this ballpark that knows for sure if his foot was in contact with that base when the ball was caught.
A-Rod throws out Lowell, who is now 1 for 3 with an RBI. 2 down, and let's go to Kevin Nagandi for an update. Braves making a rather remarkable run. Weren't even in the discussion, it seemed like, in the wild card just a week ago, 10 days ago. But they've won, what is it, 13 out of 15, 14 out of 16.
Great starting pitching.
Yeah, but whatever. If you're the Colorado Rockies and you just face Carpenter and Wainwright, I don't care who they run out there, you're ready. So the Rockies have to be able to score some runs today after facing those two guys.
And they won the game that Carpenter started on Friday.
Right.
The Rockies 3 with the Brewers coming up at Coors Field, and then they play their last 3 at Dodger Stadium.
But they're in a good position, meaning Colorado, because the Dodgers are not going to be playing for a lot that last weekend, other than Clyde. They're not going to be trying to, win the championship.
Could have some scheduled days off.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I like that. I'll use that in the future. They should have some guys that are already scheduled right now for days off next weekend. Yeah.
2-2 the count to J.D. Drew, who was lined out to second and been called out on strikes. Andy Pettitte has retired 10 in a row. 9 of the first 14 Boston hitters in this game reached base against him, but he held the line at only 2 runs, and now he has settled in big time, and they can't get anybody on base. They had the bases loaded with nobody out in the third, and he allowed only 1 run, and that was on a double play ball hit by Lowell. Nobody has reached since. Now Gardner, and that's a base hit.
Well, you jinxed him.
Well, I think one of the big questions for the New York Yankees is how do they slot their starting pitching together for the playoffs? I mean, I think most people agree CC Sabathia gets a game 1 start, but I think the debate is A.J. Burnett the number 2 starter, or is Andy Pettitte the number 2 starter for the Yankees? And you see an ultra slow motion. Fastball. J.D. Drew stays back. Goes right back up the middle with it.
He hit it toward the end there. You can see that on slow motion. That's why it didn't carry all the way to the outfield. Pretty good pitch by Pettitte. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You have to get some of the plate.
7 hits now for Boston. Here is Varitek. He has one of those hits. He changed up on him. It's 0-1.
So I would pitch Andy Pettitte as the number 2 starter for me. I just think that he's more predictable than A.J. Burnett. If you lose game 1 with Sabathia, I want Pettitte going in game 2. And if you win, I want Pettitte to get us right back out there, try to win again, and then let Burnett try to finish it off in a game 3.
Well, also, assuming the Yankees choose to take that series with the extra day off, there's a day off after game 1 and a day off after game 2 as well. Your game 2 starter would also be the game 5 starter in the final big game to move on. So I would think they would have to think about that as well. And that's all for Belichick. A foul tip held by Molina. Andy Pettit shutting down the Red Sox since the early innings. Top of the order. Jeter coming up. Stadium 2-1, and for that Yankee fan, this is the original Yankee Stadium. Yeah, 2-1, the Red Sox lead the Yankees as we go to the last of the sixth inning. I'm John Miller with Steve Phillips and Hall of Famer Joe Morgan, finishing our 20th year of ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, and tonight's normal 8 o'clock telecast moved into the afternoon with the sacred day for the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. And so we're playing in the afternoon here as we finish up our 20th season of Sunday Night Baseball. Derek Jeter leads off. The game, by the way, will be replayed tonight at 8:30 Eastern Time. And Jeter, first ball swinging, right center field, hit pretty deep. Still going back and caught at the wall by J.D. Drew. And that ball carried real well to deep right center. And here's an update from the studio with Kevin Nagandi. Royals, it's been a very bad season, but an excellent year for Zach Greinke, and for a weekend, this one, and also next weekend, they're in a pennant race.
John, you were talking about whether Pettit would start the second or not. I think that the Yankees will probably start A.J. Burnett because he can pitch at home, and Andy Pettit, being seasoned, postseason veteran, can pitch well on the road. But if it was me, I would pitch Pettit, but I understand. And as they say, we're going to speculate up here anyway. They wouldn't tell us. But sometimes you might want to split the left-handers up.
And that's Euclid's. Brett Gardner is retired. Hit that ball hard, but he is now 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt.
But even though, they're not similar left-handers. A lot of times you have similar left-handers, you want to split them up because it gives the other team a chance to, zone in on one of those guys. But here, this is, I guess this is yours and Steve's.
I would go with Pettit too. I think this is what I really do believe this is how the Yankees will line it up. I think they're going to go with Burnett in game 2.
But I like Pettit in game 2 because he's been there so many times, and he would also be game 5 if there is a game 5.
And not only that, if I'm the Yankees, I'm not thinking game 5. I'm thinking if I can win the first game with Sabathia, which is obviously not a given, and I can win the second game with Pettit, I can figure a way to win one more out of those 5 games. So I would rather get off to a good start. In any short series, you always want to get off to a good start.
Well,
that's the key.
Faced the Tigers in, what was it, 2006.
Yeah.
They won game 1.
Yeah.
And then they faced Justin Verlander in game 2, and they never won again.
Yeah.
Didn't have to worry about game 5 that year either.
Good point. So I don't worry about game 5.
Teixeira, shallow center, and Ellsbury, no! Not quite.
Well, the way he went after it with his glove, with the fingers up, told me that he wasn't going to catch it. You usually have to try to get the fingers underneath the ball on this kind of a ball, fly ball, to catch it. Watch how he reaches for it with his fingers up. See, his fingers are up there. You need to get your fingers pointed forward, like you see there. See how he's backhanded it? Those fingers should be underneath, so that you can try to slide it underneath. If his hands are, if that glove is pointing forward, he has a better chance of catching it. Not to say he would have, but he would have had a better chance.
I always get scared when an outfielder comes straight in and puts the glove underneath, because he might roll over on that wrist. And that's one thing the Red Sox don't need right now, is an injury to Ellsbury, because he is so critical to being the catalyst for their offense.
Yankee bullpen is busy as Alex Rodriguez is at the plate with 2 down. And it's 0-1 chasing the slider. A-Rod has struck out and grounded out to short. He is 0 for 2. Brian Bruni, a right-hander, up in the Yankee bullpen. Andy Pettit in 6 innings, although he has shut down the Red Sox since getting into a big jam in the 3rd, has thrown 97 pitches through 6 innings. So they may figure that's enough for him. Looking toward October as the ball is fouled out of play, but he threw, I think it was 91 pitches in his first start after they sat him down for a start, and now 97. And although he was real shaky early on, throwing a lot of pitches, he walked a lot, but he refused to really break down. The Red Sox had a chance for a big inning there in the 3rd. Saito is up in the Boston bullpen. He then settled in and has kept the Yankees right in this game.
That was really the question, is his fatigue factor at about 70 pitches is where they thought that he might lose the command of the zone, but Andy Pettit sharp throughout his entire outing so far, got stronger as it went along.
0-2 to Alex Rodriguez. Derek Jeter looking on from the dugout. Jeter 1 for 3 in this game. Yankees have 6 hits against Bird, who has pitched a real strong game against a great lineup in a home run hitter's ballpark.
We'll look at Paul Bird out there and wonder how he's having success against this Yankee lineup. Well, no walks in his 1 3-ball count the entire day. So he's pounding the strike zone and changing speeds. And he's one of those pitchers that pitches backwards. He'll throw off-speed pitches and breaking balls in a hitter's fastball count, and then he'll use his fastball in what typically other pitchers might use in a breaking ball count.
38 years old, Paul Bird, been around a long time, as you might expect, as A-Rod fouls one that will reach back into the crowd off the right field line. Still 0-2. Bird, just a couple of years ago, was with the Cleveland Indians when they were 1 win away from beating the Red Sox and themselves going to the World Series. A Cleveland ball club that at the top of the rotation had CC Sabathia and Fausto Carmona, and Bird won 15 games that year. He was 15-8 in that postseason. He had a game where he kept the Cleveland's in the game against the Yankees. They beat the Yankees in that division series. Off the fists and back to the screen.
I think he's playing with fire here with A-Rod, though, because he's trying to throw him a fastball away, and then that one was in. The problem is, in this ballpark, if he gets that ball away too often and A-Rod hits it to right field, it's going to go out. He was having success with the breaking ball. He got him to chase one for a strikeout, but I don't know if he should be trying to get A-Rod out with a fastball.
And more of a slider or cutter,
slider
down and away. 1-2.
He's made him look bad on a few of those sliders. Struck him out early on that slider away.
And all the time, that's one thing the pitchers do. They say, well, he's looking for the slider, so I'm going to throw him a fastball. Well, guess what? If you throw a fastball and you make a mistake with it, you know, A-Rod can hammer it out of the ballpark. Even though he missed the first 5 weeks of the season, basically he has 28 home runs.
1-2. Inside for a ball.
Well, you can think along with Paul Byrd, he'll throw the fastball in to try to speed him up, then he's going with the slider away. But I agree, and the more looks that Alex Rodriguez gets, Paul Byrd does not get many swings and misses typically, and not many in the strike zone. He usually gets a swing and miss if he expands the zone with his sequence of pitches. He gets the hitter to chase off the plate.
And A-Rod, he tried to get him to chase as A-Rod got a piece of it. 2-2. By the way, when we had that extreme close-up of the ball in Bird's hand, you may have seen an emblem there. And that's an emblem that they've used all season long for baseballs in this ballpark, commemorating the first year of baseball at the new Yankee Stadium.
Well, you could tell right there that was going to be an off-speed pitch. Bird rushed his body to try to make A-Rod think it was coming faster. There's that underneath. You can see underneath the label there what John was talking about.
Ninth pitch of the at bat, and A-Rod reaching for that fastball, fouling it back, hanging tough. We're at Yankee Stadium in New York. The Yankees one victory over the Red Sox away from clinching the Eastern Division title outright. A chance to celebrate in their home ballpark and with the Red Sox on the field against them. A club they may face again in October. Both ball clubs heading for October baseball. The Red Sox are closing in on the wild card title as A-Rod base hit to center field.
And that was a really good at bat for Alex Rodriguez. That shows really how good a hitter he is. Bird tried everything. Fastballs in, fastballs away, sliders in. And he came back with a breaking ball there, and A-Rod just hammers it up the middle for a base hit.
10-pitch battle. And here comes Terry Francona. He's got Saito ready in the bullpen, and he has made the call. So Paul Byrd, 5 2/3 innings, could not get that third out. A bloop single by Teixeira, a single to center for A-Rod. Matsui coming up, Saito coming in to face it. Trying to battle with Alex Rodriguez, but on the 10th pitch, A-Rod got a base hit, and Paul Byrd's day is done.
Well, John, this is going to look like the ball is straight, but it really isn't. This ball is breaking. It's a slider. See, it does break. You can see by the trace it there that the ball is breaking. It just doesn't look like it. See, that's a slider. It's spinning, and you can see that little hole in it right there, and A-Rod can see it from the other side. And just look at his head. His head stays right on the ball, and he follows right through. Watch his head. I mean, his head is so still on that. That's the reason he was able to handle that pitch, because the speed of the pitch may have fooled him. It wasn't a big break, but there was some movement there.
So now Byrd is done. leaving with a 2-1 lead, and here is Hideki Matsui against his countryman Takashi Saito. And it's 0-1.
He came in yesterday, John. He pitched in this situation, bases loaded to Matsui, and the first pitch was a changeup, looked like the same pitch there, and he popped it up with the bases loaded and 1 out yesterday.
Saito been very effective this year against left-handed hitters, holding to 189 batting average. And really, he's a guy that Terry Francona will use to neutralize the tough left-handed bats to save Hideki Okajima and Billy Wagner for other hitters.
At the knees, a fastball, strike 2. Saito, for several years with the Yokohama Bay Stars of the Japanese Central League, and the Central League was where Matsui matriculated for many years as the big star for the Yomiuri Tokyo Giants. There is Teixeira at second, Alex Rodriguez at first, two of the biggest stars in the major leagues, and the international matchup on the mound and at the plate. And right by Varitek to the backstop. Hard slider, and Varitek didn't even come close on that one.
They had to get crossed up on that pitch. Jason Varitek, as he retrieved the ball, was shaking his head at Takashi Saito. Now he's going out to have a conversation with him to talk through. Remember, man on second base, they use some different sequence of signs. You see Varitek set up outside. He's expecting a fastball. Looks like a slider or cutter that comes back over the inner part of the plate. I think absolutely crossed up on the pitch for Jason Varitek. Not really his fault, as they just weren't in sync together on what pitch was being thrown.
And you would think that guys playing in the big leagues, this would never happen, but obviously it does.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just focus. You're not focusing on whether that was the first sign or the second sign.
1-2 the count to Matsui. 2 men in scoring position now. 2-1 Boston ahead. And he sinks that fastball down and away. You got a switch hitter, Nick Swisher, on deck.
And I like that word, matriculating. You know, I mean, I remember Hank Stram used to say, keep matriculating that ball down the field. That's a football term.
Matriculating?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way he used it. Matriculate the ball down the field.
2-2 the count to Matsui. That was a college term. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. Off the glove of Varitek. 2 balls, 2 strikes, like he matriculated at Georgia Tech.
Talk about Billy Wagner, left-hander the Red Sox picked up in August. Not really available. As Red Sox not pitching in back-to-back days. As Brian Bruni warming up in the Yankee bullpen. And Hideki Okajima was injured. He went and got acupuncture and not really available for another day or two for the Red Sox. So Saito really being used as somebody to neutralize the left-handed bats.
2-2 the count. Runners at second and third. Drew can't get it. Just in front of him. And 2 runs score. The Yankees go ahead.
Well, a great job again by the hitter. I mean, he handled everything that Saito threw up there. I said yesterday he started off with a changeup. He popped it up. He started off with a changeup today, came back with a fastball, had him 0-2. He fouled off the tough pitches, and he gets another fastball, and he lines it to right field for a base hit. This one is up a little bit. High fastball. Gets part of the outside corner, but you can see it's a fastball. It's tailing a little bit, but not a lot. And a good swing there by Matsui. And the Yankees take the lead.
Well, good at bat. He was down 0-2, but that wild pitch critical in that at bat. He lost his focus a little bit. Let the runners advance forward as well.
And there's ball 1 to Nick Swisher. 2 runs in for the Yankees for the first time today. They are out in front. With 2 down and nobody on, Teixeira dropped one just in front of the onrushing Ellsbury in center field. And A-Rod on a 10-pitch battle, single to center. Then the wild pitch by Saito, who crossed up Varitek. And that sinker is low. Swisher has grounded out to second and doubled into the right field corner.
And one of the things when you talk about hitters, there are a lot of guys that can hit mediocre pitching.
the good hitters can handle good pitching, and I think that's what the Yankees have in this lineup. They are good hitters that can handle good pitching.
That's 90 RBIs this year for Matsui. Right on the outside corner for a strike, and it's 2-1.
But that's also the reason when we talk about the playoffs, you want some guys that can pop the fastball. You want some guys that have great fastballs, because that's usually what happens in the postseason. If you can overpower the hitter, but otherwise these guys can adjust to whatever you're throwing, and that's why the Yankees are such a good team.
A big swing and a miss right there for Swisher, who, for whatever reason, and it is one of the mysteries of the Yankees season, with all of the home runs that have been flying out of this ballpark, he's hit 27 home runs, but he's only hit 6 of them here. He's hit 21 of them on the road. He's been their big bat for the long ball on the road.
And 3 of those 6 have come recently.
2-2 the count. He lays off the high fastball.
I think not only his production on the road, but the energy and enthusiasm, youthful enthusiasm he's brought this Yankee team has really been something that's changed the dynamic of the Yankee clubhouse. He has fun. He's still a kid at heart. He laughs, he jokes, and he has really loosened up, along with A.J. Burnett and C.C. Sabathia, the new acquisitions, this Yankee team.
3-2 the count. Matsui at first. He runs and fouled out of play off to the left. Matsui, who has had some knee problems and only able to be a designated hitter this year, and still not running real well.
Free agent at the end of the year. Another one of those guys, we're talking about David Ortiz, the slow start, but came on hot, put up the numbers. Same thing with Matsui. He was through the end of interleague play, the end of June. He wasn't producing that much, but he has really turned it on the second half of the season.
Unable to play the interleague games in the National League parks without the DH. And there's ball 4 to Swisher. Now Matsui at second. Swisher takes up at first, and 4 straight Yankees have reached base after the inning started with 2 down and nobody out. The hunt for October continues on Wednesday on ESPN and Friday as well. Check your local listings for the game times and the teams, as we will bring you the most important matchups of the night. Wednesday night baseball presented by Smirnoff Ice, and also Friday night. Check your local listings. Or call Steve Phillips, because Steve will know. Are you going to both of those, or
I'm
one
going
of
to
them?
Friday. I'm waiting a while to decide, though, which game we're going to do. Like I have been saying.
There you see Paul Bird's line.
Well, it could be Greinke on Friday against the Twins, right? At Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that would be 4 days off for him.
And you have the Tigers and Twins matching up on Wednesday as well, so that may be a possibility for the Wednesday night game.
That's a pretty good possibility, I think.
Pretty good matchup there. But you also have on Friday, you've got the Rockies playing the Dodgers that night. Who knows? Atlanta Braves Nationals are playing as well, fighting for a playoff spot in Atlanta.
Ramon Ramirez. You might have to send out 2 crews, Steve, for the Friday.
Joe, what are you doing?
No. Friday I'll be at a USC soccer game with my daughter.
We'll have to check Joe off the list here.
Check
Joe
me
not
off
available.
there. Yeah.
Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll tape the baseball game and watch the soccer game.
And how is Oral Hershiser? Is he okay?
Doing better. Had some knee problems, but likely to be back and joining us for that Friday game.
He's been on the DL.
He has been on the DL. The Bulldog kind of poodled up on us a little bit.
0-2 the count. 2 men on, 2 runs in.
You mean, wait a minute, you mean you both knew that he was ill and we haven't said anything to him on Sunday Night Baseball? I mean, you guys knew he was ill. Oral, I didn't know. I would have said, get healthy soon or something to you, get well soon, but these guys didn't tell me, so.
A little knee surgery, come on. Get in there.
Okay.
You've got knee issues. You showed up every Sunday.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Come on, Oral.
Oral's not a whiner. 0-2 the count to Cano, who has singled and flied out to right center. Very high from Saito. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 3-2, the Yankees on top. And the Boston bullpen, as you saw, busy again as Varitek out to conference with Saito. Robinson Cano hit a single back in the second inning. That was his 200th hit. He's the third Yankees second baseman ever to have 200 hits and 100 runs scored in a season.
And that is his 200th base hit.
He joined Snuffy Sternweiss, and Alfonso Soriano was the other Yankee second baseman with 200 hits and 100 runs scored. Going back, Ellsbury out into the big left center field alleyway, and the inning is over. But the Yankees have gone ahead as we head to the late innings. Alex Gonzalez, then Ellsbury and Pedroia coming up. Yankees will go to the bullpen leading 3-2. Go Bell from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. John Miller along with Joe Morgan and Steve Phillips. The big crowd. They've been sold out all weekend here. And now the Yankees with a 2-run sixth inning have gone ahead 3-2 for Andy Pettitte, who now is out of the game as the Yankees go to the bullpen.
Well, Andy Pettitte early on in this game had some difficulty hitting his spots. He struggled early on finding the strike zone and finding Jose Molina's glove. He missed by a lot at times, but as the game evolved, he found his spots. Got a big double play from Mike Lowe. Got a big strikeout there, and then obviously nailing that slider down and into Jason Varitek. Got the foul tip with the strikeout, but found the command of his pitches. 97 pitches on the day, 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 walks and 4 strikeouts, but a quality effort from Andy Pettitte.
Well, the 3 walks came in the first 3 innings, and then he was strong after that.
Well, see, he had that determination that we've seen so many times from Pettitte, even when things weren't going well for him, to limit the damage. And the Red Sox had the bases loaded and nobody out in the 3rd inning. Mike Lowell, good RBI man at the plate, and they only got 1 run out of it. Lowell hit a double play ball to get that run home, and then that was the end of it. He just shut them down the rest of the time he was in there, as Rooney to Alex Gonzalez with a count of 1-1. And out of play. Alex Gonzalez himself has had success in October against the Yankees. He won a game, a walk-off home run in the World Series in 2003 for the Florida Marlins, an extra inning game in Miami. He helped the Marlins win that World Series from the Yankees, and now he's out on strikes. 1 away.
You know, I was going back and talking about Pettitte and how well he pitched. One thing to notice, he still was out of the zone later, but he was out of the zone because he was ahead in the count.
Right.
Therefore, they had to swing at the bad pitches. But early in the ball game, he was missing. He was getting behind the count, and the guys were not going out of the zone. So that's the difference in throwing strike one or being ahead in the count as opposed to being behind, and they're just not going to help you out.
And that's really why, for me, I think Andy Pettit is that number 2 guy on this staff, because he makes big pitches when he needs to, and he can recover. And where I love A.J. Burnett's stuff, and he's got some electric stuff, and he's got a chance to dazzle you on a given day. A.J. Burnett has a chance as well to deliver a clunker, that 3 1/3 inning outing that wears out your bullpen. Pettit doesn't do that typically. If he's not on, he'll battle his way through 5 or 6 innings and still give you a chance to win. And with this offense, the Yankees have 48 come from behind wins this year because their starting pitchers, even if they fall behind, guys like Pettit keep it close. The bullpen maintains that deficit, and the offense can come back through all 9 innings.
Sabathia, who was great yesterday, a moment ago, you saw Burnett, and that is just fouled by Ellsbury. And it is a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Ellsbury 1 for 3. He had a bunt single back in the 2nd inning. Sabathia on the left and Burnett on the right. Burnett will go Tuesday against Kansas City. And Sabathia should have one more tune-up and then get the call in game 1 of the division series. Jeter in the dirt, but grabbed by Teixeira. And that is out number 2. Teixeira saves some errors for those infielders, too. They know they just get it over there in the vicinity, that with his soft hands, he'll handle it.
Well, he's perfect for a first baseman. He's tall enough so he can stretch out, as we saw there. He's also one of the few first basemen that I've seen that when the ball's hit to one of the infielders, he kind of gives them a target, a quick target, which I think is great. And all that first baseman should do it. Just give them a quick target so they can concentrate on that area. A lot of first basemen I've been watching, maybe Euclid, he just runs to the bag and he gives his body as a target. But you should always give the guy something to throw to.
Here's Dustin Pedroia. And it's ball 1. Pedroia 0 for 3 in this game. Three to 2. The Yankees on top now. And that is the high strike from Bruni.
There's Jeter. As he comes across, he looks over and he gives him a little quick target. And here he stretches out. That's what I said. He's tall enough. You want your first base to be tall enough so he can stretch.
Cano. And again, the target being given there by Teixeira. Pedroia is 0 for 4. 3 up and 3 down. Bruni in the 7th. Melky Cabrera coming up. The Yankees in the last of the 7th, leading 3 to 2. Football on ESPN continues. The new Cowboy Stadium tomorrow night. The Carolina Panthers and the Cowboys. Panthers-Cowboys at 8:30 Eastern with a kickoff. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. And don't forget tomorrow to check out ESPNDallas.com. They'll be online for business beginning tomorrow to give you everything about sports in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And here is Ramon Ramirez in for the Boston bullpen. Right-hander to face Melky Cabrera, who is homered and singled. Bluffs the bunt, takes a fastball in for a called strike with Lowell rushing in from third base.
John, you were talking about how beautiful this stadium is. I came into the Yankee lobby today, as the entrance, and they have a statue of George Steinbrenner there, the boss, and he looks like the boss. It's a great, great tribute to, George Steinbrenner and his reign here as owner of the Yankees. And yeah, he's fabulous. It was a fabulous statue.
Although a lot of people would say fabulous if you didn't work for him.
Well, the one thing from my perspective, fabulous because I liked him and I got to know him, pretty well.
So right now, Yankee fans love him because they've put a great run of success here over the last couple of decades, and they have really captured the history and tradition of this organization in the new stadium.
2-1 the count to Cabrera, and that's out of play. When George Steinbrenner bought the club, the Yankees were nowhere close to the kind of success story that they are these days. They were just a ball club that was trying to somehow find the glory again. And soon after he bought the ball club, they went to the World Series, and they went there 3 years in a row. 76, 77, and 78. As that's caught by Lowell on a broken bat liner, Cabrera is out number 1.
I've always admired him, John, as a businessman because he always put his money back into his business. A lot of times guys, owners have taken money and did whatever. But he would continue to build, put it back in, even though a lot of people say, well, he bought a lot of free agents. He spent a lot of money on free agents. Well, he was trying to build a product for his fans, and he succeeded. So you don't have to follow his model, but he has worked for him.
And it's hard to question his desire to win.
Right.
He clearly acted like he wanted to win.
Here's Jose Molina, and it is 0-1. Molina has grounded out to second, flied out deep to right center. 3-2, the Yankees lead here in the last of the 7th. We were about 1 hour delayed in getting started because of rain. Shallow center, there is Ellsbury, and that is out number 2. We've got an update with Kevin Nagandi. Got 132 RBIs for the year, leading the majors with 47 home runs. Began the day hitting .329, second best in the National League.
But Cecil Fielder's son, Prince, is leading the league in RBIs.
Began the day, did Prince Fielder with 137 batted in, one more than Ryan Howard of the Phillies. Derek Jeter singled, grounded to third, and flied out deep to right center. He sent J.D. Drew all the way back to the wall in right center his last time. And the fastball is down and in from Ramirez.
Hey, the reason Pujols does so well with the bases loaded, you don't have any place to put him.
That's right, you got to
so you have to pitch to him. So, and he makes you pay when you throw strikes.
One ball, one strike to Derek Jeter. And the slider just off the outside.
No question whether he swung at it or not.
Boy, I tell you what, borderline pitch and borderline on the check swing there.
Well, those people didn't figure that he swung at it. That's Charles and Dorothy Jeter, Derek Jeter's mom and dad, here at Yankee Stadium. So their son get his 206th hit of the year, and this is number 207. Back to the middle, and he adds to his all-time record for base hits as a Yankee.
Seen Yankee hitters today do a lot of going back up the middle with it. Ramirez kept trying to go away from Derek Jeter, and you saw the pitch before this. He painted the outside corner just off the plate. This one leaks back over the plate, back over the middle, and Jeter goes right back up the middle. See where his head placement is, stays right on the ball. Watch his eyes, stays right on the ball, goes right back up the middle. Just add another single to the total.
And because he doesn't roll his hands, he doesn't hit a lot of pop-ups or top a lot of balls. He stays right there, nice level swing.
That was his 2,742nd hit as a Yankee. That is the all-time Yankee record. He beat Lou Gehrig out for the top spot in base hits 20 hits ago. The Yankee greats, numbers retired. Gehrig number 4, the Babe number 3. Brett Gardner 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt as the sun has broken through for the first time. We'll get our look at the shadows of the new Yankee Stadium. They were a famous element in this time of year in the old Yankee Stadium. And here's the ultra slow-mo on that base hit by Jeter.
See how his hands stay right there? And that top hand doesn't turn until it's past the ball. I mean, he stays right there. Actually, every hitter's hands do not roll over until they pass the ball, but you can see that his stayed right on through, kept it level.
Inside to Gardner.
Saw Jeter kind of peeking in from first base as he's taking his lead, trying to see if he can't steal a sign from Jason Varitek to find an off-speed pitch or a certain pitch to try to get a jump on. You see Derek Jeter's all-time ranks of numbers. Those numbers just keep on coming. He's soon to be near the top of stolen bases as well, sometime next year likely.
That batting average thing is the only thing I think he can never get. The Babe is well up there. Batting average.
Well, I don't think he can get the home run figure.
No, that's the Babe too. That's what I'm saying. The Babe is. Well, we don't think of Jeter as a home run hitter anyway, do we?
No.
At least he says he's not.
Well, he's not.
Yeah. But anyway,
occasionally hits the long ball.
Yeah. And I think he's really taken good advantage of this new ballpark because right field is where he hits a lot of his fly balls, and they've been able to go out of the ballpark that way.
Well, and he always did at the old ballpark too.
Right. But this one even more so, I think. Remember, last couple of years his power had started to diminish a little bit, but it's back now with the addition of this ballpark. And the fact that I think he realizes he can go that way and hit it out, and he does that.
Jeter's hit 12 home runs here, 5 on the road this year. There he goes, and that is foul. So on a 3-1 count, Jeter running, Gardner pulls it foul. 3-2, Jeter back to first. Jason Varitek has thrown out the only Yankee who attempted to steal against him today after the Yankees stole 7 times with Varitek back of the plate on Friday. They got 2 more without being caught yesterday with Martinez behind the plate.
That's a big problem that the Red Sox are going to have when they play the Angels.
3-2, 2 down. Jeter runs. Jason Bay. And that's the inning. Gardner 0 for 3. Teixeira stranded on deck. Now the big power coming up. Jason Bay, Kevin Youkilis, and David Ortiz. Boston down by a run.
Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Cabot Wood Stains. Our performance is legendary. And Yellowbook and Yellowbook.com. The moment you need it, Yellowbook it.
Sun is shining at Yankee Stadium. And the long shadows are now being cast on some of the Yankee infielders, and left fielder Melky Cabrera are going to go don the sunglasses now. And of course, that was a famous sight at the old Yankee Stadium, the original one, and the remodeled Yankee Stadium in October when they used to play daytime World Series.
It was always difficult in October when the sun was right in the left fielder's eyes.
The Babe would play right field at Yankee Stadium because left field was the sun field. And then when they'd go to Fenway Park, where it was just the opposite, the Babe would play left field.
Are you trying to say the Babe was a diva?
And Bob Musial would play the sun field no matter what ballpark they were in.
I think he's trying to say that.
I'm not saying he was a diva. The Babe just said, you know, the sun, looking into the sun all day, it's bad for my eyes. And because he didn't make the lineup card, right? Miller Huggins. Later, I guess Joe McCarthy. That's where they put him. It was better for the Babe. He wouldn't go to the movies either because he thought sitting in a darkened movie theater looking at the flickering images on screen, he thought that was bad for his eyes too, Joe.
That's why we had problems.
No wonder I couldn't hit. Now I figured it out.
2-1. Bruni and Jason Bay, and Bay pops it up right out in the middle of the infield. And here is Teixeira to take charge, and everybody else moves out of his way. Bay is now 2 for 4. 1 down. Let's get an update from Kevin Nagandi. Man, the Braves, what a run they are on. Here is Youkilis, and that is a called strike. National League wild card now. Atlanta 2 games back of first place Colorado. Colorado is playing right now against the St. Louis Cardinals in Denver. So with a win, they'll be back to 2.5 ahead. But if they lose that one, only 1.5 ahead. The Braves play the Marlins next, and then they finish with 4 more against the Nationals. They just swept the weekend series from the Nationals. Here's Phil Koch, a left-hander up in the bullpen. The left-handed hitting Big Papi on deck, and a 95-mile-an-hour fastball is outside. 1-2 to Youkilis, who has walked, singled, and struck out. There's Ortiz awaiting his turn on deck. The sun has disappeared behind a cloud for the moment. 3-2, the Yankees lead, and that a little cut to it just off the outside.
We saw the Braves chasing the Rockies. You know, if you're the team chasing, you don't necessarily have to pass that team in front of you. As long as you can time them, then you get the 1-game playoff. So you don't have to feel like you have to completely shoot by that team in front of you. You want to at least have destiny in your own hands and match up against somebody in a 1-game series.
I have to say this, though. I still believe because the Rockies have the lead. See, the Braves do not have any margin for error because they lose 1 game. Say tomorrow, if the Rockies win and then they lose 1 game, then they're in real trouble. So there's no margin for error as we see Mariano Rivera start to loosen up.
Rivera got the save here yesterday, his 43rd of the year. Youkilis pops it up into shallow right. Swisher, and that's 2 dangerous hitters put down by Brian Bruni. 2 down, nobody on, and David Ortiz is coming up. And let's see if they're going to make a move here. Bruni has retired 5 in a row. But Ortiz is the possible tying run, and they've got Koch ready in the bullpen, the left-hander. And they're all gathered at the mound now. Dave Island, the pitching coach, number 58, has called the bullpen apparently to make sure that Koch's ready to go. And here comes Joe Girardi. So with 2 down in the 8th inning, Ortiz, the possible tying run coming up. And this could be a preview of October baseball here in a 1-run game. Koch coming in. Bruni was sensational. Here's Coke. We'll be back. Famer, Mr. October, along with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, another Hall of Famer from another sport who was a great baseball fan.
Big fan.
He's from here in New York. Catch all the action of the 2009 Major League Baseball postseason. The excitement begins October 7th with the Division Series. 3 games that day.
John, it's funny because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson all wanted to be baseball players. And they all played the game, and then they started to grow, obviously, and they changed. I was with him a couple of weeks ago at a Jackie Robinson event in Dodger Stadium, and so he's always around baseball. He loves the game.
I remember Bill Cartwright, who played here for the Knicks for several years. He loved to play shortstop. He loved it, and he kind of outgrew shortstop. Here's Phil Coke to Big Poppy, David Ortiz. Rick Barry was a great Willie Mays fan. Rick Barry, an all-time great NBA player, and he wore number 24 as an NBA star in tribute to his idol, Willie Mays.
I actually wanted to play power forward in the NBA, but
I
didn't grow enough to play, so, you know.
Ortiz, I think, could have played some forward.
Yeah.
He could have banged it around in there. He was in the Wes Unseld, Rick Mahorn school of inside power. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We see a different alignment for David Ortiz this time. Although they're on the left side, they're still playing him pretty much straight up. Jeter and Alex Rodriguez.
A slider on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ortiz has walked twice and flied out to left center. He is the possible tying run. Right field beckons here at the new Yankee Stadium. Not just the home run porch down the right field line, but all of right field so far this year. Slider in the dirt. And an appeal to the third base umpire Kellogg. Denied. No swing. 2-2. Mike Lowell would be next. Yankees have more activity going in their bullpen. 2-2 the count. Struck him out. A foul tip held by Molina. Coke, the left-handed specialist. Job done. Last of the 8th, Teixeira, A-Rod, Matsui coming up for the Yankees. A new pitcher has come on for Boston, and there he is, Daniel Bard, young, hard-throwing right-hander, perhaps a closer of the future, and he fires a fastball up and away for ball one to Mark Teixeira. He'll face the power here, power versus power. So Bard versus Teixeira, then A-Rod and Matsui. Teixeira is 1 for 3. His single with 2 down in the 6th started the 2-run rally to put the Yankees ahead. There's a high fly ball to right. Back goes Drew. All the way back to the wall. Gone! A home run! Just a high fly ball. And it made it out of here. 4-2 Yankees. Number 38 for Teixeira.
It was funny because as soon as he hit it, J.D. Drew didn't want to move. He was going to give us that statue out there and just look up. But he saw it was so high that he said, well, maybe it will stay in the ballpark. But anything high and deep to right field, you can forget about it in this ballpark. If it's high, it's going to carry it and just continue to carry it. But he did stay in his stance for a while.
All day, Mark Teixeira was pulling Paul Byrd pitches way foul down the right field line, but with a little more fastball from Bard, able to keep it in fair territory.
Bard blows a fastball at 99 miles an hour right by Alex Rodriguez, who is 1 for 3.
And we've talked when we were here before about the way his unorthodox swing, where he stays on his backside, meaning Teixeira, and he lifts everything in the air. He's perfect for this ballpark and the old Yankee Stadium as well. But this one is built even better for him.
And the slider from Bard is down out of the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Teixeira 2 for 4. His single to center that was almost caught by Ellsbury started the 2-run rally to put the Yankees ahead. Now he is hit a soaring, just a high fly ball homer here in the 8th. The slider is low. That's 38 homers, 1 behind the league leader Carlos Pena of the Rays, and his 120th RBI, which leads the American League.
I mean, they're a Yankee team. This team in this ballpark is going to be very difficult to beat because they have a lot of fly ball hitters and they have strikeout pitchers to keep the other team from duplicating what they do.
A-Rod chasing that low fastball at 100 miles an hour, 2-2.
And it's an easy 100 miles per hour out of Bard's hand. But you go back, remember we talked at the beginning of the show, oh, it's a marathon this season. Remember, the New York Yankees lost the first 8 games to the Boston Red Sox early in the season. If they win today, the series will be tied up at 9 games apiece. So they have completely turned things around.
Right to Gonzalez. Out number 1 here in the 8th.
But when you watch Teixeira, watch how he stays on his backside. From that angle, you can't see, but you can always see his left shoulder will always be underneath the ball. Even when he doesn't hit a home run, his left shoulder is underneath, but he'll use his hands to hit the line drives that he hits sometimes. But he definitely gets underneath the ball. And Yankee fans obviously excited about that.
Good catch right there.
Here is Matsui. He's fouled out to the catcher, flied out to center. And then his 2-run single in the 6th put the Yankees ahead. Inside at 100 miles an hour, and he jumps away from it.
Let's watch Teixeira and watch his back shoulder, how he drops down and stays behind the ball. And he hits that ball with the dark bat. You can't exactly see, but it looked like he missed it a little bit, but he got enough of it. You can see the angle of his swing tells you that he's trying to lift everything.
Not a bad idea.
No, if you're strong, especially.
Playing in this ballpark, too.
But the one thing that, with his swing there, you can get him with the high fastballs or with breaking balls. But guess what? Anything else, he's right on it.
A ball and a strike to Matsui. Swisher on deck. Slider is too low.
So let me ask you this now. They faced Paul Byrd throwing 85 miles per hour. Then you get a guy coming in throwing 100 miles per hour in your next at bat. How difficult is it to make that adjustment?
I don't think it's that difficult because when a guy like Bard comes in, you sit dead red. With Byrd, you have to figure in the other pitches. You know what I mean? But with Bard, you know what you're going to get.
3-1 the count. Well, Bard has allowed 4 home runs in 6 appearances against the Yankees now, and only 1 in 40 other games against everybody else. That ball is hammered to center, but There is Ellsbury in the sunshine, and it is out number 2. Now let's get an update with Kevin Nagandi. We saw the Cardinals leading the Rockies. The Rockies are only 2 games ahead of Atlanta now after Atlanta's extra inning victory in Washington. Here's Nick Swisher. Swisher is 1 for 2 with a walk. Steve, you mentioned something that was interesting, that the Yankees could do something, or maybe better said, the Red Sox could do something that's never been done before. The Red Sox, after winning the first 8 games as Rivera's getting ready in the bullpen, they won 8 in a row to start the year against the Yankees. No team has ever won the first 8 games of the year against a team and not won the season series. But the Yankees, with a win today, will have won 9 of the last 10 to get an even split. And they lead 4-2 with Rivera getting ready for the 9th.
Well, it just shows you how the game is, John. At the beginning of the season, when the Red Sox beat the Yankees 8 in a row, I thought the Red Sox were the best team in the American League. All right, when the Yankees turned it around and started beating them, well, the Yankees were the best team in the American League. It just depends on when you play a team, how your record is going to end up on that season. And the Yankees have been hot forever now after that 0-8 start against the Red Sox. They have played very, very well.
We saw the Yankees at Fenway back in April 26th on a Sunday night, and the third baseman was Angel Berroa that night. A-Rod had not yet played a game, and he would not play for another week and a half or more after that, after he'd had the hip surgery during the spring. He missed the first 28 games. That is foul up the first base side. And that night the Red Sox completed a clean sweep of that weekend series for the Yankees, beating them 4-1. That was the night that Jacoby Ellsbury stole home against Andy Pettitte.
It's a long, long season. Terry Francona knows that. And then it's another season when you get to October. The short series, as Joe talked about, it wipes the slate clean. And I still would like to have the Yankees' momentum against the Red Sox if they end up meeting in the League Championship Series with a split of 9 games to 9 on the season if the Yankees win today. But I'd still rather take the fact that I've won 9 of the last 10 to do it.
The high slider misses to Swisher.
And again, I think the difference is going to be for the Yankees this year is CC Sabathia. And I know he has not pitched as well in the postseason as people might think he should. But last year when he went into the postseason, he had been working on 3 days rest, pitching every 4th day to help get Milwaukee into the playoffs. I think you're going to see a different CC Sabathia this year. And I also think you're going to see a different A-Rod. I think those 2 guys are going to be much better.
High pop-up. There is Lowell, called off by Gonzalez. And that is the inning. So, the Yankees are 3 outs away from clinching the American League Eastern Division title. And the great Rivera is soon to head in to try and save this clinching victory. And here comes Rivera into the fray. The ultimate baseball experience featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer. For more details, visit MLB.tv, where baseball is always on. Center stage at Yankee Stadium, Mariano Rivera, number 42, 39 years old, and time inexorably moves on, and people grow old, and in sports, performance inevitably deteriorates, but that doesn't seem to be the case, at least not so far, for Mariano Rivera. He's better than ever as a foul is hit off to the right by Mike Lowell. Rivera 43 saves, only 2 blown saves, and after all those years still throwing strikes, 71 strikeouts, only 12 walks in 63 into third innings pitched. Lowell is 1 for 3 with a run batted in. The cutter, right field, there is Swisher. 1 away. The Yankees 2 outs away from clinching the American League Eastern Division title after failing to go to the postseason last year. They were an also-ran, and it was about this time last year that we had the great honor and pleasure to be at the final game at the old Yankee Stadium. And the Yankees, it was a bittersweet night because they were saying goodbye to that ballpark and not about to play postseason games there. Here's J.D. Drew, and that cutter runs inside, almost hit him. 1 ball and no strikes. Drew is 1 for 3. Rivera had a stretch of 36 consecutive saves, interrupted 9 days ago in Seattle when Ichiro hit a game-ending home run against him. Shallow center, and Gardner just never saw it. He lost it in the sun out there.
I don't think he could have caught it anyway, but
yeah, J.D. Drew took a big swing, and he ended up getting jammed on it. The swing looked like he was going to drive it, but he did not center it on the bat. And I think the sun in Gardner's face a little bit, and feet gave way on it. See the big swing there, and just didn't get it. He got jammed on it. And I think that when you look at his swing, you think he's going to drive the ball, and Gardner can't see it and falls in. But I agree, Joe. I don't think he had any chance to see it. I can't see it.
Well, now the sun has disappeared, which is good news for Gardner, as Molina is out at the mound with Mariano Rivera. Meanwhile, for the Red Sox, Victor Martinez has come out of the dugout, and he is going to be the pinch hitter for Jason Varitek.
Martinez has a 25-game hitting streak, which he extended in the 9th inning yesterday with a base hit to right field off of Mariano Rivera.
Varitek was 1 for 3 today. Martinez 301, 22 homers, 102 batted in. He's 3 for 12 lifetime against Rivera.
Rivera starting off with a cut fastball inside yesterday, and he singled to right field. Let's see if he goes away this time with a fastball or comes way off the plate inside.
I'm John Miller with Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. Steve Phillips. The Yankees need 2 outs more, leading 4-2 to clinch the American League Eastern Division title officially. The Red Sox, although they would then be consigned to second place, would also be very shortly, you would expect, clinching the wild card in the American League. So here is Martinez. The broken back. There is Cano, and he wanted the spectacular play to second and ended up making no play.
Well, the play was to first base anyway. You'll trade a base for an out with 1 out here in the 9th inning, because that run at second base doesn't mean anything. The hitter is the one you try to keep off the base. I mean, he went way off the plate inside with that slider, and he broke it to cut fastball, and he was going to go to second base, and I really don't know why. You just go ahead and take the out at first base, and he was going to go to second base, and there's just no reason to do that.
So you think that's maturity for a young guy still, just it's a baseball instinct decision?
Well, he has so much ability. You know, he thinks he can do anything. But that definitely should not have been the play, and an error on Cano.
So now the possible tying runs are aboard, and Casey Kochman is up, a very slow roller. Cano got it. Kochman, a first baseman by trade, is not a very fast runner. And now the possible tying runs have both been moved up into scoring position, with Brian Anderson having gone in for Victor Martinez as a pinch runner, so he is the possible tying run at second base with 2 down.
You know, this is one of the things we talked about last year about Brad Lidge being perfect. Sometimes it's not your fault. People behind you can make a mistake. You know, this game should really be over now. And Mariano Rivera is out there, and if he gives up a base hit, he has a blown save. So that tells you, you know, how great Lidge's season was last year to be perfect.
Oh, how great Mariano's season has been this year with only 2 blown saves and 45 chances. Everybody standing at Yankee Stadium, 1 out away from wrapping up the division title. Wow. I just broke his bat with that cutter. Strike 1.
John, I can't imagine these guys are swinging at that ball. It's like we've talked before. You know what he's going to do, and that cut fastball is coming inside. You're swinging at balls off the plate. I mean, Victor Martinez broke his bat on the ball. I mean, it's just amazing to me what they swing at when you know what the guy's going to do.
It's got to be a take pitch on that.
You got to take at least one to take a look at it.
Well, that one he took.
Yeah. But if he takes the first one, he probably would have got a better pitch to hit on the second pitch.
That is such late movement on that cutter. You can almost see it make a left turn as it gets to home plate.
Ellsbury 1 for 7 against Rivera. Back to Rivera. The Yankees have won the American League East, and the great Rivera was center stage to wrap it up.
John, as a big league player, there's nothing better than being able to celebrate something with your teammates that you started off in spring training trying to accomplish, and now you've got the first step done. I mean, there's nothing better than that sense of accomplishment of something that started way back, you know, in March, and here we are finishing it off here in September.
From the front office perspective, you made a lot of different moves. You brought in big-time free agents. You added some players during the course of the season, and you see it all come together and play out to success. 100 wins, a division title, a playoff run, and now possibly bigger things to come.
Joe Girardi, his second season as manager, and he will be at the helm as the Yankees head back into October. And Mark Teixeira, one of those players brought in the offseason. And yet some things don't change.